6 races, another 6 gold medals to be decided on the penultimate day of competition at Zhangjiakou. Great to have you with us for the Paralympic Winter Games of Beijing 2022. It'll be sitting, standing and vision impaired events for both the women and the men, and they'll be racing between 7.5 and 12.5 kilometres. These are what are called the middle distance events. Only Canada and the People's Republic of China have multiple gold medals in the cross-country so far, but there are plenty of opportunities to change that today. And again, you'd be a brave person to make a call against Canada's Brian McKeever, who'll be up first in that initial event you can see on the screens now, with women's middle distance events in the middle, and then 2 more to round off the day. Yes, Brian McKeever applying the finishing touches to a long and distinguished career. It would be his 16th Paralympic Winter Gold if he were to win today, and everyone will have their work cut out in these softening conditions.
Yeah, McKeever is the man, isn't he? He said that the sprint race victory the other day really took it out of him. It was the toughest to win, but looking for this golden goodbye here at Beijing 2022, and it's panning out for him. He's unbeaten in individual races, is at McKeever, since the long distance event in Torino 2006, and indeed a 16th individual gold medal would tie him with Gerd Schoenfelder, the German para-alpine skier, as the most successful male winter Paralympian. So he will go first here in the mountains at Zhangjiakou, and it's a pretty grim day up here, isn't it? It's low cloud cover. We've had changeable weather conditions all week, but same for everyone, and we're good to go.
And it's a big field of competitors, not just in this event, but all. We've got 110 people lining up to have a crack today at Zhangjiakou. And in this opening event, we've got 16 starters, and McKeever will go last. And Ukrainians with a strong representation. They've got several in here. McKeever to be preceded out of the gate by one of his long-time rivals, Sebastian Modin of Sweden, Jake Adakov, Anthony Chalençon of France, and also Kovalevsky, Swarko. There's any number of chances here, and the guides out on the course too, so it's going to be quite a busy scene. And our next race is only a few minutes away at 10:15 local time, so a quarter of an hour after this starts. They'll be away, but they can get around these laps quite quickly. The events will be rattling through for us. 5 laps of 2.5 Ks and going off at 30-second intervals, led off by Ariyasu Ryohei of Japan. A little bit of rain around, softening the conditions even further. So we're just sort of stumbling to the finish, if you like, in some ways, with the snow conditions just holding up long enough. As Modin makes his way over towards the start gate, he'll go second last. Just McKeever after him. Yeah,
it's been the same podium in the 2 cross-country races thus far in men's VI. We've had the sprint and the long-distance races. McKeever has bagged both of those. Then Adakov has come behind in both races. Modin there, the Swede, has the 2 bronzes, and it'll take a big performance from someone here to get amongst that leading trio. So we're about to start, indeed, with Ariyasu, the sole a Japanese racer here, Ariyasu Ryohei, 35. Best finish thus far was 7th in the long distance. Japanese who was born in San Francisco. There are a couple of Americans in this race. Nelson and Adakov, of course, who goes at 3rd to last here. So, a winding down of the individual program at Beijing 2022. First race underway on the last day of the cross-country, and it is Ariyasu Ryohei who gets away with his guide Fujita. We've got 2 poles to come thereafter, but it's Ariyasu first into the racetrack. and looking for a strong start. He goes first here. We have staggered starts in the VI racing, and it's Ariyasu who is away first.
He'll be followed out of the gates by the 23-year-old Pole Pavel Gill, and his guide is Michael Lander, and he had a 15th in the sprint. Did Gill? He's been involved in some biathlon as well. But, let's see how he goes today in these unusual conditions.
Another pole to go next. First Paralympic Winter Games for Pavel Nedvitsky here. He was at the recent Lillehammer World Champs. Best finish of 6 at the mixed 4x2.5 relay. Pair of 13th places in the individual events, and he's been competing at the top level for 3 years now. 13th in the sprint.
China with a couple in this, and including Deng He-song from Baoding. He's loved the sport from a very early age, and he's fulfilling a dream here, competing at the Paralympic Winter Games in his home country.
First taste of the Paralympic Winters also for Max Nelson from Minnesota, just 18, and a modest finish in the sprint event. He was at 14th there, Nelson. They're learning off the best, of course. They do have a strong para-Nordic squad with Masters and Gretsch bossing it elsewhere among the women's sitting events. Nelson away for the USA.
Zhu He of China had a 5th in the long distance classic technique. So you'll notice they're doing the skating or free technique in this particular event. It rotates between games and events as to which technique it is. And so this is the slightly quicker version rather than the traditional classic style of the diagonal stride.
Thomas Oxall, Martin Lid, his guide. Oxall got a medal at the Lillehammer World Champs. He was part of the Norwegian team that won bronze in the open 4x2.5. His sole individual finish thus far was in the sprint event where he was 12th.
23-year-old Inki Inala from Lakau in Finland. Just missed out on a medal in the long distance event. He was 4th. Go out on the course now and see how they're progressing through the first kilometre, with Ariyasu coming through in around 3:40, and then we can watch as they come through this checkpoint to see how they match up against the first registered time there, Ariyasu. And it looks like Pavel Gill not too far behind him. Started 30 seconds behind. These times are factored. And Ariyasu, a B2 athlete, B3 for Pavel Gill.
Yeah, just a note about the factored time. Although all these athletes have a general classification, they're all vision impaired within that that umbrella category. There are sort of different levels of impairment individually, and that relates to these racers' factored time. So the clock runs differently for each athlete, making the results for different classes comparable without compromising the impact of different types or severities of impairments on the competition. So Gill wearing a bib 2 for Poland is challenging Ariyasu at the front of the field as we see the third Ukrainian to set off. We've already had Kazik and Kowalewski into the race, also Gabowski of Poland. It's Dmitry Siako, who gets away. The 25-year-old has a pair of bronze medals already. They've had a fabulous games in the Nordic sports of Ukraine. So Siako with his guides, Nikonovic.
Another way to think of the timing is that the calculated time is the real time multiplied by the athlete's percentage. And so the B3 athletes are 100%, B2 99%, and B1, the fully blind athletes, are 88% of the factored time. Here's Chalençon of France now. And he's from Evian-les-Bains in France. He had a 4th in the sprint. So just to go one better, get himself on the podium in the cross country.
Just 3 to go now. Podium finishers in our earlier cross-country races. Jake Adakov has a pair of silvers here to add to his second place. His silver from Pyeongchang in the middle distance. The 26-year-old lives in Sun Valley, Idaho these days. He's had a terrific games thus far. It's his 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. He was there in Sochi too, and 3 medals at the recent World Champs also.
Sebastian Modin. He's only 27, but it feels like he's been around a long time. He did compete in Sochi and Pyeongchang. He's had multiple medals, 3 silvers and 2 bronzes coming in here, and then another 2 bronze medals in Zhangjiakou in the sprint and the long distance.
And history being made as we watch it. Makiva with Graham Nishikawa, his guides. There's every suggestion that this will be the great man's last individual race at the Paralympic Winter Games. He's lost only 2 of his 17 individual cross-country finals, going all the way back to Salt Lake City in 2002. 15 gold medals under the belt. Another one would pull him level with the great German para-alpine skier Gerd Schoenfelder.
Yeah, change of guide for him today. Graham Nishikawa out front for Makiva. And in 11 is Kovalevsky coming through, just a 1/10 of a second outside his teammate Kazik.
Yep, Ukrainians in the race with medals. 10 athletes from Ukraine have medals in either the para-biathlon or the cross-country here at Beijing 2022. You're watching Siako there with a pair of bronzes in the sprint and the middle distance. Those 2 in the para-biathlon part of the Nordic program here. They really have had a fabulous weeks racing across the 2 Nordic disciplines and the mountains at Zhangjiakou. Changeable conditions all week.
Adakov closing in on Chalençon. Adakov in the B3 category, Chalençon B1. So a more favourable factored time for Chalençon at 88%. Adakov a little quicker than Siako.
Yeah, 8.5 seconds at present, but wait to see Makiva coming through that checkpoint. Dang and Nelson, 7:22, 7:25.5 respectively. But at present, it's Kazik making good pace, Siako as well. The 2 Ukrainians, remember Kovalevsky also in this race as well. Another medalist from the Ukrainian squad. That's Siako, though, with 12 on his bib.
People's Republic of China and Canada with 4 gold medals apiece in cross-country. China with 10 medals all up and Canada 7. And that's all going to to change today. Makiva's going to have a say in it, and also have a look at the women's races where Canada has some strong chances. But Makiva just outside that time of Adakov, who can fly, particularly in the early stages. Makiva, an expert at timing his races. And Moden just coming through this checkpoint, 23 seconds down on Adakov in 7th spot.
Chasing down Adakov, as he did in the sprint, to be fair, just sailed past on the outside. They're coming into the home straight to absolutely time that sprint win to perfection. Brian Makiva is so dominant over the 2 decades of his career in the Paralympic Winter Games. Absolutely brilliant, a near perfect race with his guide on that occasion. You mentioned it, a change of guide from that sprint race to Graham Nishikawa here. It was Russell Kennedy guiding him in that sprint race. 15-degree heat as well, so entirely different conditions that day.
Anthony Chalençon, the Frenchman, coming through. I think they've done a great job to get the course in as good a condition as it is overnight and early this morning. So just through the first of 12.5 kilometres, the standings there for you. Getting ready for the start of our second race. It's the men's standing middle distance event.
Yeah, it's going to be getting pretty busy out there in no time at all, with races being run simultaneously in the 2 categories. Sam Wood leading Jake Adakov then, our current race leader for the United States. This in the middle distance race for men in the vision impaired category. We have B1, B2 and B3 athletes here. B3 denoting more sight and or restricted visual field of less than 20 degrees, down to B1, categorized as either completely blind or very low visual acuity. That's why those guides are absolutely essential in VI racing.
Adakov with a couple of silver medals. Takes something extraordinary for him to turn the tables on Makiva, but that's what he's here for. And here's the man he's after. At some time, you know, there has to be a changing of the guard. To be able to go out on top, as Makiva is doing, you know, that's another really interesting part to his career, to choose his moment. He feels he's getting a little tired. He wakes up too sore after days and hours of training and competing. He says it's time to move on, but not before he has one last fling at it here in China.
Chalençon then, with Puy, his guide. So Chalençon, 31 years of old. It's been Davier doing it for the French in the Nordic events here. But Chalençon was a gold medalist in Pyeongchang, that in the open, a 4x2.5, and he's a 2-time cross-country world champion as well. Also in that event, accomplished a para biathlete and had a crack at the para-alpine skiing as well, all the way back in Vancouver in 2010. But it's still Jake Adakov here leading this VI race.
Set for a start then in the standing freestyle event, and a field of 22 from 14 nations ready to tackle this course. Athletes from Iran, Spain, the United States, Ukraine. Good contingent from China as always. But, again, it's towards the end of the field where we expect the medalists to come. And there's Koyoki of Japan in bib number 19 today, and Benjamin Davier coming off a gold medal performance in biathlon. He'll be full of confidence. But Abulfazi Katibi Mainai first off. Oh, he's gone too early. Back you come. Okay, there he can go.
Yep. Finally out and away the 19-year-old from Iran. Then he finished the 23rd in the sprint race. Was there in Pyeongchang, 21st and 22nd in the sprint and middle distance.
Well, he's a man who just loves the occasion. He's having a great time here at Zhangjiakou. Is Pavel Garcia, born in Bolivia, and he's had a 14th in the long distance event, 25th in the sprint.
Next to go for Team USA, Shay. Has competed in the Parabiathlon here in Beijing as well. Finishes of 14th and 13th in the sprint and middle distance. So he's away. A finish of 21st in the cross-country sprint. He's only been racing on the international circuit a year, Drew.
Couple of 15th places for the 16-year-old Serafim Drahun from Ukraine. So he's 16, and we've got 52-year-old Alexander Ehler of Germany in the field as well. So there's an indication of the age range in this event. Great to see.
We talk about Makiva being 42 years of age. Likewise, this man, Sato Geichi from Japan. He's an athlete who's been there or thereabouts, agonizingly close to the podiums in world champs in parabiathlon and cross-country skiing. A couple of fourth place finishes in the middle and individual biathlon events. Been competing since Vancouver, has Sato.
Cai Jiayun of China, one of 5 from the host nation lining up today in this one, and a silver medalist in the long distance classic technique. Just reminding you again, this is the free technique, a different beast, different skis, different action. Will it be a different result? Well, so we're hoping he'll go one better.
China have 5 races here in the men's middle distance standing race. Next to go is the 33-year-old Ma Mingtao. He was 9th in the long distance. Second games for him in Pyeongchang 4 years ago. There was a finish of 8th. That was his best result in this middle distance event.
So a look at the standings in the vision impaired race, which was first to start today, and it's still Adakov from Makiva. And 16 athletes in the first vision impaired race. The women's vision impaired coming along a little bit later. So there is Adakov. I think his race strategy has to be, I'll go out hard and just keep going as hard as I can, and any chance I have of beating Makiva, well, it'll be over to him. If I just give it absolutely everything, leave nothing out on the course, likes to go out hard, and we'll just see where the cards fall.
Yeah, but he'll know, won't he, that Makiva will be on his shoulder. Experience of the last couple of bends in that sprint race will be seminal, really, for Jake Adakov. He has the lead here in the middle distance, but he will have to go hard at it still. Chalençon there, guided by Alexandre Puy, also racing well. Chalençon, so just off the podium in the sprint. He was 4th there. And then a bib 13, Chalençon,
Vision impaired.
A bit of speed.
Yeah, the vision impaired racers are allowed on the fast downhill sections to attach themselves to the end of the stock of their guide. Make sure that there are no incidents. It's just a little safety measure to assist the vision impaired racers. Not too much action on those flags around the course. Quite a still day, but some overnight rain has been a concern in the mountains and down in Beijing. Chalençon, his factored time at the 5K mark. We're going to get this, reminding you, is a 12.5-kilometre event. Adakov remaining the man to beat.
Yep, 12:58.3 at the last checkpoint there. Chalençon up there. He wants to grab a share of the glory for France. Davier has been hogging it really thus far. Davier, the two-time gold medalist. But Chalençon still going strong.
The other skier in the shot there, Ganbal Batmunk from Mongolia, the flag bearer for his nation. He's in the standing event, which has just got underway.
Yep, two Mongolians, aren't there, in that standing event. Great to see them in the race here. So Brian McKeever just in control, poised, managing his race.
This is when they rely strongly on the team support crew around the course. Let them know exactly how many seconds they trail Adakov by, and see if McKeever's got it in those legs to make that difference. Adakov doing a great job so far, asking the questions.
Yep, hit the front and has stayed there.
There's Iwamoto in the standing category, going through, negotiating his way through the traffic of the vision impaired field. 30 there, Christian Tonanelli of Italy. And Liu Xiaobin of China coming through. Now, and here's McKeever. Well, there he was. He had him for a moment.
Ukraine going well with the Kazakh and Kovalevsky. There was big talk that Ukraine would boss the medals table here at Beijing 2022. We know that they have terrific pedigree in the Nordic events. But I think China have surprised everyone. So we're going to look at the start of Ayla, bib 38, back in the standing race. The veteran Alexander Ayla. Plenty of chat. Made a lot of McKeever's age. Well, he's made a lot of it. Says he can't go on forever. Well, he could take a leaf out of Ayla's book, racing deep into his 50s here at 52. Alexander Ayla, absolutely brilliant to see somebody looking after themselves to that extent and being competitive in the Paralympic Winter Games.
Here's Coyote Taiki, a gold medalist in the long distance event. And he's often flying. He's quite some talent. We think about athletes towards the end of their career, and this one is just taking off for the young Japanese.
Next to go is Witold Skupian. Has decent form. Two-time silver medalist at the World Champs, most recently in Lillehammer in the 12.5K. Off the podium thus far in Paralympic Winter Games, 5th in the long distance.
Mark Arendts of Canada. Another one from the Maple Leaf Nation that might medal today. He's got the full set with a combination of biathlon, gold, silver and bronze. We'll see how he goes in this cross country. Gold in the middle distance event in the biathlon.
And going last then in the standing event for the men, Benjamin Davier. 2 gold medals in biathlon in Pyeongchang. He got a gold in cross country, got a silver in cross country 4 years ago, and he's added 2 gold medals thus far here in Beijing. He won the sprint event, he won the individual event in biathlon, and he will be a big favourite in this standing cross-country race as we return to the standings in the VI, and indeed it is McKeever who has hit the front. Well,
he's made his
surprise
move.
Of absolutely no one.
He's made his move. Just a little bit of a surge when needed, and has taken control of the race. Let's see if Adakov can find something in the latter stages. But it's McKeever. Here he comes, this very fast section out of the hills down in towards the home straight. And McKeever.
Well, it looks ominous for the rest of the field now. It really does. Siarko having a very good race for Ukraine.
So coming down for 7.5 Ks, meaning 5 Ks to go and 2 more laps. McKeever skiing as comfortably as he was at the start, it would seem. The technique never breaks down with this man.
Well, you ran out of superlatives for him, really. Flag bearer for the Canadian delegation, also at the opening ceremony of the 2018 Paralympic Winter Games in Pyeongchang. And same role at the closing ceremony 16 years prior, all the way back in Salt Lake City. Has the longevity and that legendary status as well, chasing history, and it seems that he will make it too. Surely only a racing incident can deny Brian McKeever here.
That's a well-told story. He was knocking on the door of Canadian Olympic selection. So good were his times, and that was around the Vancouver Olympics and Paralympics. Didn't quite happen for him, but he's gone on to continue to dominate Paralympic cross-country events. And Adakov, well, the day that McKeever retires is the day Adakov breathes a sigh of relief, I think, and the rest of the athletes in this classification.
With Chalençon going well, Sebastian Muddin, the Swede, picked up the bronze medal in each of the 2 previous cross-country events behind Adakov and McKeever on both occasions, but the Swede is down in 5th place at present. So Chalençon going well, and expect a surge from the Ukrainians also, Siarko and Kazakh, and potentially Kovalevsky going for the 3rd spot on the podium at present. But it seems to be McKeever and Adakov, the old 1-2 here, as far as the cross-country events so far in Beijing have gone.
Just relays to come, and we may yet see McKeever race again, but as you pointed out, his last individual event, Chalençon doing a nice job. You see that the snow is really chopping and softening, and there are some dangerous ruts in this downhill section. You can easily catch an edge, even if the snow is soft. You get yourself in a track unexpectedly, and you can be over before you can do anything about it.
Well, Modin's moving up 5th to 4th now. It's great to see Sebastian Modin being so competitive here in Beijing. He's had his troubles over the last few months, the build-up to these games, guide problems, health issues, the constant challenge of operating as an elite skier in this COVID world we're living in. But he's risen to the challenge. He got himself conditioned, ideally, for these Beijing Games, and it's delivered him A couple of medals so far, moving up and breathing down the neck now of the Ukrainians. So Modin in 4th place, chasing down another podium.
It's one of the bigger fields for a vision impaired race with 16 starters. So it took 8 minutes to get away and some 11 minutes to get the free standing men's event out of the gates. But, it's not the biggest field of the day. It comes a bit later. We've got 34, I think, in one of these events. Yes, the middle distance sitting for the men has 34 starters. Fantastic. They all want to go on the last day.
Yeah, 9 kilometre mark, and Siako sets the reference time there, the dual bronze medalist in the sprint and the middle distance in biathlon. Going for his first cross-country medal of these games. A world champion in cross-country, mixed 4x2.5 with the Ukrainians 4 years ago in Prince George, Canada. Hasn't quite done it, Siako, yet on the Paralympic Winter Games stage. That's it, we just saw a shot there of Garcia in the standing race coming through for Spain. But the focus very much inevitably on Makiva and his guide Nishikawa here in this men's middle distance VI event.
Someone of Makiva's experience and results, interesting to speculate what he thinks about during a race. What are the thoughts that allow him to be so dominant? What is it that drives him while he's actually competing? Is it all about technique in the process still? Just that discipline to keep the mind only on the things that matter, not let it stray. Any lapse in concentration can undo any elite athlete. That's the sheer discipline of him turning up to train every day, compete year after year. Although certainly he's missed a couple of world championships recently, but the pandemic has had its hand in that. Round they come. Back towards the grandstand area.
Makiva, Adakov and Chalençon still holding 3rd. But Chalençon is going to come under pressure from the Ukrainians. Namely Siako there in bib number 12. 7 is Oxol, the Norwegian.
These skate skis a little different to the classic skis. They just have the one glide zone from tip to tail. They're generally shorter than the classic skis as well, but the poles are a bit longer. So the stocks will come up to the athlete's eyes or ears, but for the classic technique, the stocks more shoulder height. And there are differences in bindings as well. So those athletes competing in different styles need different skis and boots for that matter. Yeah, the bindings are specific to each sport, and skate technique boots they're more rigid. They've got a higher cuff than the classic technique boots. They give a very good ankle support that the athletes are wearing here that you can see. That's Makiva. Swako well down on his time.
Yeah, we'll see what Adakov is at the next checkpoint there. Adakov in bib 14, but nothing to suggest that Makiva will not secure the Paralympic Winter Games history here. And Nishikawa, naturally, the guide doing his bit. The guides get medals as well, and so they should. Modin.
You know, the quicker of these skiers in the vision impaired category, or in standing for that matter. You've got to really find a world-class skier to go with you. In McKeever's case, you know, who can keep up with him? There's not many who can.
Monin has managed this well. Down in 5th place at the 2.5 mark. He slowly cut his way through the field up to a provisional 2nd at present. And just a brief glimpse there of the standing athletes also out on the racetrack.
Yeah, with Sai Jiayun of China was really racing up that climb. He's a good chance for China to medal again. China with the 4 cross-country medals to this point. Canada 4, likely to get another through McKeever, and maybe China get another too in the standing. The good contenders from Europe and Canada and Japan, Koyoki, Arens and Davier. Here is Skupian coming through for Poland. Wang.
So Siako at 11 kilometres. Gets the provisional lead, but of course that all changes when McKeever comes through that checkpoint. Siako went off 12th, McKeever last.
The sky's lightening a little. We've got the shadows clearly visible now across the course. The sun bursting through after some early rain. It'll be a relief to organisers and athletes alike.
So McKeever comes through 56 seconds better than Siako. That's the scores on the doors at the moment. That's the lead enjoyed by Brian McKeever as he chases down this 16th Paralympic Winter Games gold medal. And it's another sweep on the cards, isn't it? Vancouver, Sochi, Pyeongchang, and here in Beijing. Another win would mean he's won each of the 3 distance events at the last 4 Paralympic Winter Games. You run out, really, of the superlatives for Brian McKeever.
Adakov looks like he's just suffering a little and fatiguing in the back end of this race. McKeever with only perhaps about 1,200 metres to go. Just looking at for Moden's time through 10 Ks. 41 seconds down on the equivalent moment for McKeever. And the guy just slipping. Using really the inside edge of the skate skis to help them on the inclines as well as the poles, of course. But, another point of difference with the classic skis is that they have the grip wax in the middle and glide front and back. The ski's more rigid. Adakov, 1:30 down on McKeever now. He's really slipped. Well, we thought he looked to be fatiguing, and the clock confirms that. He went out hard as he must have felt he had to. Let's go to the finish now and check the time for Deng, 37:03.8. Let's see how that holds up.
Our first reference mark then in this middle distance VI race. It's China with Deng. He went out 4th. He's the first to finish here, the 22-year-old.
And his guide, Chen Haiyang, proud of the effort, clearly. Just telling him to hold steady. Just stay there, I'll take care of things. And a gaggle of skiers coming in together towards the finish. It's going to get interesting. Oksal there in 7. 6 is Zhu He of China, and then 11 there was Kovalevsky. But here's McKeever. sweeping past them. Suako into top spot, 34.08. He carves a few minutes off the time of Dung. Conditions warming up as the sun comes out, and they're working hard. And McKeever getting the job done, coming down towards the finish, just getting himself some clear ground to go across, and just confirming his greatness, really. McKeever should come down in a time that won't be beaten, we'll see, but McKeever is there now in 33.06.6, a minute quicker than Suako. Will it be enough?
Well, I think we know the answer. McKeever, the magic man. Yeah, had it in control. Well, there was that...
He's exhausted your guide. Well, as Suako comes over and congratulates him, he knows what McKeever is to the sport and is today. And McKeever has done the job on Ishikawa. He's got nothing left. Now he's up. Well, that was kind of funny. There's a bit of schadenfreude. Suako said, "What have you done to your guide?"
Adakov at 151 down into third place behind Suako and McKeever. But we've still got Modin to finish. It's been a tough week, hasn't it, for Adakov? It took its toll towards the end of that race, I think.
No, he's absolutely,
on the American.
Yeah, absolutely left it all out there. Just maybe not balanced the race exactly as he would have liked. Saw a strategy where the only chance he had to beat McKeever was to go hard early and hope that he could hold on. But at this altitude, as we've mentioned many times, another testing factor, Zhangjiakou, 1,500 meters and higher. The air is thinner, can catch you out on the endurance races.
So this is the finish of Inala, the Finn, well outside. 6 minutes outside to be precise. It's 8th at present. Now then, Modin. So 49.1 outside McKeever's time. If he can maintain that, it's looking like a silver, and Adakov gets pushed off the podium, but nothing to threaten McKeever. Kazakh at 34.27, so, well, he takes provisional third, but for how long?
Yeah,
and Gabowski comes in.
Just pushed Adakov off the dais.
And Suako may well hold for the bronze now, as we wait for Modin to finish. But, well, never in doubt. McKeever has done it again. Every last bit of energy, every last drop of sweat for Sebastian Modin. Bronze in the sprint, bronze in the long distance. He's had all the problems coming into these games. It's a guide got ill, Robin Brinterson, so Emil Johnson Haag took over, and Modin and Haag have formed quite the partnership, really, when it came down to it here in Beijing.
So just wearing that little loudspeaker on the belt is the guide, Johnson Haag. So 88% factored time, Modin. That's why he's still in contention here for a minor medal.
Canada, Ukraine at present. Chalençon. Well, he moves into third place. Oh, yes.
He wanted to embrace Chalençon, did the guide. It's caused the collision in the end. Alexander Pouillet, I think he's delighted with the race they've put together. But at 33.40, well, this is going to be close. And the Moden can get there.
It really is. He's got to beat 34.08 to get into second place as Ariyasu finishes up ahead. He was first to leave. He's almost 12 minutes down, but Modin is going to come in second place, 52 seconds down on Makiva. So there's an upgrade from that pair of bronzes. A brilliant ski there for Sebastian Modin and Emil Jonsson-Haag.
Jonsson-Haag has just had a look at the big screen and passed on the news to his man. Releases the skis. There's Makiva. He's not going to be shifted from the top. 33.06.6, and Nishikawa.
Makiva has done it. 16th Paralympic Winter Games individual gold medal. That is absolutely sensational.
Looks to be Canada, Sweden, Ukraine for the medals in the men's vision impaired.
So he ties the mark of Gerd Schoenfelder with gold medal number 16. Imperious throughout the week of racing here in Beijing.
Back to the standing, free technique, and there's the Wang, Tsai and Liu at 6.5 Ks. This is a 12.5 kilometre race as well. So China,
yeah,
doing very well in this race.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not a roll this week of the Paranordic events at home at Beijing 2022. The Kai Jiayun, Wang Chenyang and Liu Xiaobin going really, really well. The Kai Jiayun there, the 21-year-old silver medalist in the long distance. They have 13 medalists from the Paranordic squad to the Chinese. It's been an absolutely sensational games for them.
Well, the early starters are through the 10 Ks, so they're getting towards the end of their race with just a lap to come. And here is Tsai, who was 6th out of the gate.
We'll wait to see Davier's time, by the way, who went off last, the big favourite from France. So he's still hovering. Second place at the 7.5 K mark.
Yes, Davier feels he's skiing free as a bird now. He's after that victory in the biathlon that was so comfortable for him. He had a rough start, as you mentioned, to the games, and then things have picked up remarkably. It's the new Benjamin, he says. But whether he's good enough to catch the Chinese contingent today, we'll know shortly. That's a very strong effort from Tsai, Wang and Liu Xiaobin. And this is Liu. It's amazing how much the conditions have changed in the last half an hour. Back to spring skiing. Sun's out.
Heading for home. The last big downhill, and then that sweep away to the left-hand side. And the home straight beckons. So further down the order, Alexander Ayler, the a 52-year-old, wearing bib at 38, but we're going to move now with Davier, the big French challenger, the 32-year-old Benjamin Davier from Le Grand Bornand. Won the sprint, won the individual.
So it can be a challenge coming down off a victory. Here's Mark Arends, the Canadian. Probably have had a sense that McKeever has had another victory for his country. What'll that do for him?
Still plenty of power in those legs. Kai Jae-yoon at 21 for France. He's going to post a quick time. A 19:40.9 at the 7.5K mark. He seems to have the stamina and the endurance here. Racing all alone, Kai Jae-yoon.
Well, he's on his last lap and still plenty to give, it seems.
Wang Chenyang is coming up in the second place at present. Well, through that checkpoint, provisional first, but that's going to change. And we're seeing the last finishes in the VI race, by the way. Zariasu and Novitsky, but this is the standing.
Yeah, Sai Jae-yoon coming down to the finish, and here's going to be a time that's going to take some beating, it would seem, the way this race has unfolded. Sai went out 6th, and it's going to be under 33.5 minutes, well inside that at 33.18 even.
Beat that, says Kai to the rest. Wang and Liu and Davier, watch out for Arends as well, hunting down this time. But our clubhouse leader is Kai Jae-yoon here in the men's middle distance race for standing athletes.
To Wang Chenyang, who went out a couple after Sai's, putting together another good race. Coyote, not quite so good today. He's the winner of the long distance event. Perhaps this one just not long enough for him.
Yeah, Kawayuki, who was a world champion in Canada in 2019, has translated that to Winter Paralympic Games, a podium top step. It was a brilliant win, by the way, in that a long distance event. So Wang at 9 kilometers. Not long to go now, hunting down the time of his teammate Kai Jae-yoon.
Wang just occasionally gives the impression he's struggling to lift the front of those skis and make a proper stride, but he's managing now along the flat. Not far to go. Off to his left is the finish. And there's a nice downhill section to greet him soon. Can he eclipse Sai Jae-yoon's time? He's working hard. Shoulders rolling. He's running out of effort, but he's also running out of distance to have to complete. He can get a couple of lungfuls of air in this next little bit and then attack the finish for all he's worth. It's going to be a close thing.
It is, isn't it? There's not going to be much in this at all, I don't think, at the end of this middle distance race for the standing athletes. Last day of the individual competitions in the Paranordic events at Beijing 2022, and trying to bring it for China is Wang Chenyang. 33.18 is the time to beat. He has to strain every muscle here to get there. Oh, it's going to be close.
18 seconds to get there from now. He should be able to do it. He will do it. Wang into first place.
Does it, to the tune of 10 seconds as well. It's China 1 and 2, Wang Chenyang and Kai Jiayun. Provisional first and second here in the middle distance race.
Tsai comes over and lets him out of the skis, and congratulations to his teammate. Oh, we got 1, 2, 3 at the moment, depending on how Liu Xiaobin finishes off.
So Drew Shay for the USA. If he finishes strongly, might make 20th here. Drew Shay. 21 and 24, that's Manai, the Iranian. And behind him, Serafim Draun. Faded a bit.
A couple of young men right there, 19 and 16. So we've just got the 2 across the line so far, but those 2 times could still be there at the finish. It's kind of puzzling that they went out so early in the field, considering the seedings, but some of the Chinese form is a bit unknown coming into the games, and that may be behind it. Davier.
33.07, a little bit out of reach, I think, but it's going to be between he and Liu for that last spot on the podium. Gerlitz, the Kazakhstani, running in 5th place at present. Davier 7.9 seconds away. So the gold medal is out of reach, I think, for Benjamin Davier.
He's getting the LA message, though. Go, go, go. He's 8 seconds down through that checkpoint. And if he receives that message, he'll loud and clear, then he'll be giving it all he's got. Let's see if he can add another gold. Here's Tonanelli. Well down on the leading times. He'll be one keen to hang on for the next games. Milano Cortina.
Yeah, it's been a great effort again from Alexander Ayler there. A Kazakhstani-born, naturalised German in his second Paralympic Winter Games, and on the podium as well in Pyeongchang in the mixed 4x2.5 with the Germans. And talking about Brian McKeever earlier at 42 and potentially his last games. Well, Ayler, a decade on, a decade older, is still going strong.
That's not a good spot to fall to the line, just past the finish. And they'll try and clear the area as quickly as they can, but the athletes that do reach this point absolutely done. And 31 is Liu Xiaobin into 3rd for the moment. Gerlitz and Sato out of the medals. 5 have finished. Just coming up to 11 o'clock local time. The next race just 20 minutes away. That'll be the women's middle distance vision impaired. Now here's the one to watch for the moment. Will have an impact on the race. Davier.
Well, a 3rd at 8.5, 3rd at 10K, 26 at 35.8. He's got that time of 33.07.8 to aim at. Just has to get past a little bit of traffic up ahead, the Iranian. Davier now digging in.
After his biathlon win, he was quite the character in front of the cameras. He was so pleased with the result, and his personality really shone through with his celebrations. But will he have cause to celebrate in under a minute from now when he comes down to the finish? Where will it be? As he goes past Garcia of Spain. Davier tucks in. I think the finish line might be just too far away. 17 seconds to get there. It's going to be close. Davier trying to chase down Wang's time of 33:07.8.
Has he got the sprint? It's going to be so tight here. Davier, 2 gold medals already. He's just outside. 1.3 seconds outside. He just couldn't do it. Just couldn't get the triple.
He looked up at the screen and the body language told the story. Oh, it was that close. But it is a silver.
And it prevents a Chinese sweep of the medals. Davier has got in amongst Wang and Kai, but it's the man wearing bib at 28, Wang Chen, who is going to be a 14th individual medalist for China in the Para-Nordic events here at Beijing 2022. They're contributing to their extraordinary games.
And it was Zayun again coming over to help Davier, and you know, all credit to that thought and that action and respect between the competitors. Good to see. Well, a couple of big days for Davier. Gold and a silver.
Yeah, it's his 3rd medal of these games. And it adds to the gold, the silver and bronze from Pyeongchang and Sochi. And those 3 biathlon medals as well. The pair of golds and the silver from Pyeongchang. Oh, just run out of road, Davier.
Just a strange feeling for him, I suppose. He, coming off that high of an easy victory and then oh so close for a second. Just 24 hours later. Arendt's top 10 for the Canadian. His true strength lies in biathlon, to be fair.
And Ruslan Reiter for the USA. Going to be 9th, almost 6 minutes away from Wang Chenyang's time.
Still got half a dozen out there to come in, including Iwamoto Keigo of Japan.
Yeah, 3 Japanese in this race. Sato Keiichi currently in 10th spot. The Coyote Taiki hasn't happened for the long distance. A gold medalist for Japan. Tavarsky of Switzerland, 7:20 outside, comes in 11th spot.
Tavarsky and 11th in the long distance, 16th in the sprint. And here comes Ganbol Batmunk of Mongolia.
Yep, going to be the second finisher from Mongolia. Dastur Sigmid has come home in 41.01. So he's in 12th place at present.
Third Paralympic Winter Games for Batmunk. He's been a flag bearer at all of them.
And then Kawayuki here. So 8th, 4:16 away from Wang's mark.
Looks to have a little more energy than some other finishers, but just not his day today. Kawayuki, gold medalist nonetheless at these games, as Ma comes in for China.
Yep. Ma Mingtao here, 9th in the long distance, further down the order in the middle.
So about 13, 14 minutes away from the first of the women's races today, the vision impaired 10K. So these ones won't overlap.
Iwamoto slots into 14th place, 41.18, and 3 more yet to finish. Skupian, Garcia, and the Batmunk. 44.47 is the bottom mark at the moment. Minai, the provisional 19th. And Paul Garcia wants to finish here. He was 14th in the long distance, 25th in the sprint.
So the dominance on the medal table continues for Canada and China. Splitting the first 2 gold medals on this last day of individual competition for cross country. Skupian coming through now for Poland.
Yep, and 2 more medals for China in the men's race here. They've just had a fabulous meeting in Beijing over this past week or so. It lifts them to 12 cross-country medals, 12 para-biathlon medals as well. So across the board, and 14 different medalists have produced that precious medal. So Skupian next to finish. It breaks 40 minutes here.
So we've still got Batmunk and Redolad Garcia out on the course, and that will complete the race for the men's middle distance standing. So it was Makiva in the vision impaired race, as expected, from Sebastian Moden of Sweden and Dmitry Suako of Ukraine. Good race, good field, and eventually good conditions. Standing by then for the recognition ceremony. So the recognition ceremony for the men's vision impaired middle distance event. Yet another gold medal, and it makes it number 16 Paralympic winter gold for Brian McKeever, Sebastian Moden of Sweden, and Dmitry Swako of Ukraine. And inadvertently this race providing one of the lighter moments of these games, as McKeever absolutely wearing out his guide Graham Nishikawa, who collapsed to the snow across the finish line, and Suako came over to have a bit of a joke about that at Nishikawa's expense, but they can all laugh about it now. They're all together being acknowledged as the top three pairs.
Dmitry Suako contributes another medal for the most prolific nation on the medals table in the Para-Nordic events here at Beijing 2022. Ukraine, it's his third bronze.
It's another example of Moden timing his race very well. He didn't look in contention through the first half, but powered home. Get a great result, second behind McKeever.
And gold medal number 16. He's now level with Gerd Schoenfelder of Germany for the most titles by a male winter Paralympian. 16 on the vest. 16 gold medals in the bag now for Brian McKeever. And for the fourth straight games, he sweeps the different distance events in the VI category. Just too good, too strong. Well, not quite all done and dusted in terms of racing here for these athletes. We have the relays to come on the last day of the Nordic competition in the Zhangjiakou Mountains. Well, Shay Ron, Paralympic Winter Games mascot, presented to our medal winners. Medals themselves will come later. At age 42, said it's likely to be his last games. There is that little caveat for those with a competitive spirit, though will he be tempted again in 4 years' time? Confirmation then of the medalists in the middle distance standing event amongst the men. Another 2 medals for China. Absolutely brilliant, with Wang and Kai, and Davier with a silver for France.
We are going to have the recognition ceremony for the men's middle distance free technique standing. China and France to have our attention. Wang and Shay, first and third. Benjamin Davier of France taking second place. Pushed out of top spot 1.4 seconds by Wang. Davier giving the impression of a man who may have just missed an opportunity, but that's being a little bit harsh on himself, and all respect must go to Wang Chenyang.
Cai Jiayun, he was second in the long distance, is almost second here. Not quite though, but a two-medal haul. He has a bronze.
So Davier, gold medals in the sprint in the cross country and the individual biathlon.
Well, across the board, the squad of China have really delivered. So Wang Chenyang becomes the 14th medalist from the China Para-Nordic squad here in the Zhangjiakou Mountains over this past week. A really quick race and a worthy winner of the men's middle distance event for standing athletes.
And so wanting everybody to know that Wang was the champion, just threw in the attention. He's quite a character, I think, Cai Jiayun, and I really like the sporting spirit he displayed at the finish for other athletes. No time at all between races now as we move on to the women's middle distance.
Yeah, we know the Germans have been strong. It's Kazmaier in the field here today. No Walter. Rechtenwald also goes for Germany. And what can Poland do? It'll be Aneta Gorska who goes first off, the 21-year-old, wearing a bib 51. With her guide, Catherine Spierenberg. Competed in the biathlon as well. 8th in the sprint, 9th in the cross-country sprint. Aneta Gorska off first here. She was there at the Lillehammer World Champs, finishes of 6th and 12th. And competed in biathlon as well in Lillehammer, where she was 16th in the sprint.
Really busy program for Natalia Chechenko. She's had a go at everything. Top 10s in 5 events so far in cross country and biathlon. And see if she can jag a medal. She's had a 5th in the long distance, vision impaired in the cross country, her best result at Zhangjiakou.
Well, Lynn Kazmaier and Leonie Walter have been grabbing all the headlines for Germany. Johanna Rechtenwald goes here, the 20-year-old. The 4 finishes so far and just off the podium in 2 biathlon events, the middle distance and the individual, the pair of 4th place finishes. Lives in Freiburg these days at the Paralympic and Olympic training facility.
For Wang Yue, so far a 4th and a 6th in the long distance and the sprint, but did have a bronze medal finish in the middle distance biathlon. So has had a taste of the podium.
Well, with Lynn Kazmaier, it's often a thought that comes into your head, shouldn't you be at school? She's only 15, but no, the answer is she's here in the Zhangjiakou Mountains, and she is absolutely smashing it in the Paralympic Winter Games. Her first taste of the winters here, 4 medals, including 3 silvers in the biathlon sprint, the individual biathlon, and the long distance, the cross-country race, plus a bronze in the cross-country sprint.
Oksana Shishkova. Well, if we talk about a busy schedule, this one is also a successful one for Shishkova, with 3 gold and 2 silver across biathlon and cross-country. Her final individual race, what's it to be? This amazing Ukrainian athlete.
And which Karina Edlinger are we going to see today? Brilliant in the cross-country sprint, where she won gold, but set that against the 3 DNFs. So she needs a good start. She needs really to be feeling good about her racing to get the morale up and get into the racing groove and feel good about her prospects. Edlinger goes last here for Austria, out of the starting gate last in the women's middle distance vision impaired race. Gorska, Kachenko, Rechtenwald, Wang, Kazmaier, Shishkova and Edlinger out on the racetrack here.
So the course now bathed in sunshine after some overnight rain around eastern China. And Kazmaier in 55. As we talk about Edlinger, she says her biggest fan is her guide dog Riley, who's become a little bit of a star of these games as well. He appeared on the course during one of her DNFs, and when she was really distressed and all she wanted was a cuddle from the dog, well, she got one. And later Riley also appeared at a medal ceremony, so that's just one of the more interesting and enjoyable aspects of these games, and many great stories. Riley has found himself at the middle of one of them, and let's hope that Edlinger can at least complete the race today.
Kachenko just coming through the shot there, the front of your picture. 51 is Gorska. It's just a 21. Aneta Gorska wants a decent finish here, guided by Catherine Spierenberg. And then it's Kachenko. Well, Ukraine with 10 athletes who have won medals here in either the para-biathlon or the cross-country in Zhangjiakou this past week. Kachenko with the guy Denis Nikulin, not actually one of them, finishes of 8th, 6th 3 times, and 5th has been her best finish thus far in the cross-country long-distance race, the 26-year-old. But Wang has posted our first reference time here for China.
So China with just the 1 athlete in this event. China, as well as these facilities in Zhangjiakou, built an all-weather cross-country indoor facility in Jilin province. It's 1,300-meter indoor ski run. So train all year round. 1,300 meters, that's right, 1.3 kilometer indoor track. And they've invited other nations such as Japan and Korea to come and train there as well. But it's this construction of the important facilities that's allowing the great training to happen and the athletes to come through and have the opportunities Here's Shishkova. Outside the time of Wang at the first kilometre checkpoint.
Well, Shishkova, nothing under silver in each of her races so far. Those 3 golds, biathlon, and 2 gold medals in the individual and the sprint and cross country, long distance victory as well, plus the 2 silvers in the cross country, a sprint in the biathlon middle distance. So an accomplished athlete across the 2 disciplines, with the rifle and concentrating on the cross country ski as well. Edlinger.
She's giving an indication of how mild the conditions are. She's just in the t-shirt, turning into a lovely mild day.
Yeah, extraordinary changing conditions actually, because at the start of racing, just under an hour and a half ago, there was a thick cloud cover in the mountain here, and it was looking pretty drab all told, but absolutely the sun has broken through, and it is a really pleasant morning here, just coming up to 11:30 a local time in Zhangjiakou at the National Biathlon Centre here, some 188 kilometers northwest of Beijing. It's been a wonderfully welcoming host venue for the Nordic events at both the Winter Games recently and here at the Paralympic Winter Games. And what a week it's been for China. Wang at present heads the field, but Shishkova will chase her down for sure.
Yes, the temperature's bumped itself all the way up to 5 degrees. So that is pretty comfortable for Edlinger to be just sporting the t-shirt. And I'm not quite sure if all that tape on the forearms is decoration or genuinely needed kinesi tape that often assists muscle recovery and flexibility. There's a lot of it on, upper arms and forearms, but she's had some mobility issues that have caused difficulties in a couple of races. Medical staff have had quite a job getting her to the start line. She's just sitting a couple of seconds behind Wang at the moment, though, is Edlinger. Gorska at the tail of the field. And this is a 10K race for the women's middle distance. 4 laps of the 2.5K circuit with an overall total climb per lap of 95 metres.
Wang Yue leads the field, the bronze medalist in the biathlon middle distance race, the 22-year-old.
Shishkova coming through. The guide Andrei Marchenko. Edlinger past Gorska. Started about 3 minutes in advance of her. So Shishkova, you can see disappearing in the distance there, was 30 seconds ahead of Edlinger at the start.
As we continue to race with Wang. Edlinger in hot pursuit. Then Kazmaier, Shishkova, Rechtenwald, Tkachenko and Gorska. Expect Shishkova to pick up the pace and make a move.
6 of the 7 athletes are in the middle classification for the vision impaired, the B2, and the B3 athlete is Kazmaier with slightly more vision. And the times factored accordingly. So Kazmaier, 100% of her race time is her actual time, and then 99% is the factoring for the B2 athletes. all coming along in a very orderly fashion. So completing that first of 4 laps.
.52 in pursuit is Kachenko. Then Kazmaier just in behind, 53. That's Rechtenwald at the back. Close communication absolutely necessary between our racers and their guides.
Just a couple of minutes away from the start of the women's middle distance free technique standing race. There'll be 16 in this one. And they're warming up behind the start gate. They'll be creating a bit more traffic out on the course shortly. Little look over the shoulder there from Edlinger's guide, Lorenz Lampel. And she's 6 seconds down on Wang through that 2.5K checkpoint. It's not much, but how's she feeling?
Yeah, so field of 7 in this race, but expect the racetrack to get more congested when we see the start of the next race inside the next 2 minutes. The first racer scheduled to set off, that'll be Grace Miller of the United States in the women's standing race. So things will get a little bit more congested, a little bit busier as the women in the VI race just attempt to get the racing line and position themselves for a push to challenge Wang, who continues to be our race leader up at the head of the field. Indeed, to the start line then for the beginning of the standing race for women.
So as mentioned, a field of 16. There are 5 from Ukraine, 3 from Canada, 2 Japan, 3 from the USA, and this time just the 1 from China. Vilde Nelson going at the tail of the field after Lyashenko of Ukraine and Brittany Hudak of Canada. Some good contenders there.
So first to go for the United States here, the 22-year-old Grace Miller, actually born in Guangzhou in China, but races under the Stars and Stripes these days. 14th and 9th, her 2 finishes already in the sprint and long distance respectively. Second Paralympic Winter Games, competed in 4 events in Pyeongchang. Best was a 10th in the long distance. She's away here. Our first racer out onto the snow in the middle distance standing race for women here at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre. 4th race on the final day of the cross country to get underway. Just the 2 to come.
Iwamoto Mika, an 18-year-old from Toyama in Japan. A relatively light schedule compared to some others. She's had a 15th in the sprint, and this just her second and final individual race in the cross country.
Just 1 Chinese in this race, and it's Hang Buangjian, 11th and 7th in the sprint and long distance thus far. 22 from Dazhou, and she lists the Norwegian cross-country skier Jannes Husflot Kleibo as her big idol and inspiration, and could do worse than look to such a legend for the template for success.
And here is Dekajima Momoko, the 47-year-old from Shibata in Japan, who's attended Paralympic Winter Games going back as far as Turin. And was there in Vancouver, Sochi and Pyeongchang. And hasn't quite managed a medal, but maybe there's something special in her today.
Representing Team USA, Dani Adovic. Competed at the Lillehammer World Championships, just off the podium in the mixed 4x2.5 for the US. Fourth there, and competes in para biathlon as well. 13th, 8th and 11th. Her three finishes so far here in Beijing.
Rina Bui has mainly been concentrating on biathlon events and has had one outstanding result in the middle distance. She claimed the gold, was 4th in the individual and 6th in the sprint. And having a crack at the cross country today, the 26-year-old.
Couple of DNFs so far for Iveta Faron. Happened in the biathlon, two biathlon events, the middle distance and the individual. In the sprint cross-country race, she was 9th here. Iveta, 22 from Novi Targ. Second Paralympic Winter Games, competed in Pyeongchang, and she was unable to finish the long distance race, unfortunately.
Wang still leading the vision impaired middle distance race for the women from Kazmaier and Edlinger. Looks like Edlinger's just dropped off the pace a little, and Gorska has now withdrawn. She was making pretty laboured progress around the course. It's not a huge surprise, really.
So Wang still holding top spot here. Great racing from the 22-year-old. Ably steered as well by her guide, Li Yalin, a racer in the B2 category. Kachenko, Rechtenwald, Shishkova and Edlinger, plus Gorska, by the way, have that individual sporting classification.
Edlinger's hit something of the wall here to be drifting back to 35 seconds behind Wang. Now, you can either triumph over these conditions or they can get the better of you. That snow is not much more than slush at the moment after the weather we've had the last week. Very mild, then a little bit of rain, mild again today. It's disappearing almost as they ski across it.
No such problems for our race leader, Wang, still looking very smooth and rhythmic. Great synchronicity there. With the stride pattern of her guide, Li Yalin. And let's have a look at Kazmaier, guided by Florian Baumann. One of the undoubted stars to make a name for himself here at the Beijing Paralympic Winter Games. Just 15, remember, and already has 4 medals on the podium in every event in which she's raced. 3 silvers and a bronze. Fabulous.
It's one of those athletes that when they emerge onto the scene at such a young age, you almost can't wait for the next Paralympic cycle to happen so that you can see what becomes of her across those 4 years between now and Milano Cortina. Well, we have to be patient, and that's, of course, if she wants to stay in the sport and stays healthy. We certainly hope both those things happen, and we will see her race some more. But right now, it's Wang's race. She's doing an excellent job maintaining a technique, well guided, well prepared, and well positioned to maybe get a gold here for China. $10K race, though, coming through to the halfway point. So it'll be around the 20-minute mark for Wang. Kazmaier, Edlinger, Shishkova Rechtenwald and Churchenko in pursuit. So Wang went out 30 seconds ahead of Kazmaier, but Kazmaier's got a 100% factored time to Wang's 99. That will certainly make a significant difference. But a bonus that the chasing pair, guide in particular for Kazmaier, Florian Baumann, can see how the rivals are travelling. Watch the body language as we go to Lyashenko, coming out in the women's free standing event. And Lyashenko second last to go. Just Nelson to come.
Yeah, Lyashenko with a gold, silver and a bronze thus far in these games. So it's Vilde Nelson, recently made her country very proud at the Lillehammer Worlds by winning the gold in the sprint. The 21-year-old won silver 4 years ago in Pyeongchang in those her first Winter Paralympic Games, and she's arriving here as one of the favourites for the gold medal. Has a silver in the sprint event, does Nelson. She is a six-time world champion at the age of just 21. She's been racing at the Worlds since Prince George in British Columbia in 2019. Excels at the cross-country, but competes in the parabiathlon as well. Just a reminder of the other race and how that's shaping up. It is still Wang Yue, 15.3 seconds ahead of the German Kazmaier.
See the surrounding areas of the course browning off as the snow disappears, but it's not a problem right at the moment for Wang. It's interesting to watch Nelson start in the other race. Just as she was placing the skis, of course very full of energy, that being the start of the race, but she's very lightly landing the skis on the soft snow and very deliberately looking for areas of the racing line that were still in good condition. And these little tenths or even hundredths of a second can make a big difference, but she's got such a beautiful technique, Nelson. You see how chopped up and sloppy and wet the conditions are here. The lighter your contact, if you like, with the racing surface, the better. Don't get bogged down in it. It's very soft. We've had no natural snow falling since the middle weekend of the Olympic Games. And this course almost completely artificial snow.
Edlinger then continuing to fade a little, holding on to third place at present.
Kazmaier closing though. She's only 3.5 down.
So this is where it gets busy, and a bit of a tangle in between the two races. Wang Yue there as well, we see one of our standing race athletes coming through wearing bib 75. That's Lyudmila Lyashenko, the Ukrainian, and a definite contender for the gold medal in the standing event, coming through. Kazmaier, yeah, gaining every stroke on Wang here. It's going to be a big challenge from the German. You wouldn't put it past her. Another medal here. The exuberance of youth really shining through. Lynn Kazmaier. But Wang still has it. But for how long?
Lyashenko safely passed her. Kazmaier, I think she's been well managed through this schedule. She hasn't raced every available race, and Kazmaier is suddenly 6 seconds in front.
Wow. What has happened to Wang? More importantly, I suppose, you have to credit Kazmaier. And the energy and the hunger is there after this stunning week that she's had. So it's Kazmaier. Are we on course for a gold medal? It would complete the set at her first visit to the Paralympic Winter Games at age 15. That would be an absolute sensation. Johanna Rechtenwald going well, also for Germany, guided by Valentin Haag, but there's no doubt that Kazmaier is the real queen of this German squad. Pushed into the lead ahead of the home athlete Wang.
It's Leonie Walter not taking part in this one. She's also had a good game for Germany. So they're going to go away with quite a haul. Already with a couple of silver and a couple of bronze just in cross country. Shishkova in 56. It's back in about fourth position at the moment. Had a heavy program of races.
Well, you'd expect her to come through as Shishkova. 3 gold medals earlier in these games: biathlon sprint, biathlon individual, and the cross-country long distance. Edlinger is fading all the time. Rechtenwald comes through to take provisional 3rd. And it seems Kachenko and Gorska have pulled out. So 5 in the race only here in this women's VI. It's Kazmaier leading for Germany.
Seems that the wind has arrived along with the sun. Just hear it across the course microphones a little. Not bothering Kazmaier in the least. Edlinger. Just on the top of the course here as they start this descent, the wind is really evident. Look at the pants of our team officials there, really blowing in the breeze. Kazmaier by 6 seconds now over Wang. Edlinger 51 seconds behind the German. And then Shishkova and Rechtenwald. And Potranco. Okay, we've had 2 pull out now.
Yeah, Shishkova still has 20 seconds to make up here to hit a podium place. And about 20 down on Edlinger, so has to make a move. Shishkova. As well as those gold medals, 2 silvers in the biathlon middle distance and the cross-country sprint. Wang has been dropped. She went out fast, but has been eaten up by Kazmaier here. So it's Germany, China, Austria at present, the 1, 2 and 3. Ukraine, and then Rechtenwald, our second German athlete in this race, bringing up the rear.
We're getting a couple of lessons today in pacing the race. Going too hard, too early can result in a back third of the race where there's just not much left to give. Is that the case? Is Kazmaier doing it just right at 15 years of age? Oh, it's a head-shaking stuff, really. One of the youngest athletes at the Games. Florian Baumann doing a great job here as they come up behind Wang Yue, and they have to negotiate the next couple of 100 meters very carefully, make sure there's no clash of skis if the overtaking maneuver happens. It's one of the steeper sections, the snow well and truly chopped up. Edlinger gets to the top okay. Camera foreshortening the distance just a little between Wang and Kazmaier. But if the recent trend of the race continues, Kazmaier ought to be able to get past her. We'll see. No rush. And Florian Baumann will know as long as they're sitting on the tail of Wang, they've got it covered. Who's got the run in the skis?
Yeah, shot there across the course up to the ski jumping hills, which produced such drama and excitement at the recent Winter Games at Zhangjiakou. A very impressive facility here that hosted the ski jumping and the Nordic events at both the Winter Games and here at the Paralympic Winter Games.
Gee, there's good finish building here. So there's one lap to come. That's 4 by 2.5 Ks. Come through. Wang ahead of Kazmaier, because we have the other race underway as well, being the middle distance free standing category in that field of 16, with Hudak, Lyashenko, Nilsson, Conanova, some of the favoured races there. We'll be bringing you up to speed with both of them, but for good reason. We're centering on these, the 2 guides and 2 athletes, and the women's VI middle distance, Wang leading Kazmaier, China and Germany, and they've been tracking along like this for quite some time now. Is there to be a move from Kazmaier? So 8 seconds, 8.7 seconds is Kazmaier's advantage as long as they stay like this.
And a little bit further back, Edlinger still seems to be holding off Shishkova in the scuffle for the last place on the podium, bronze medal position. Edlinger, the winner of the sprint event. Lorenz Joseph Lampel doing his bit as well. The guide for Edlinger seems very much to be a sort of confidence racer, doesn't she? If she fancies it on the day, then she can be competitive, putting the poor memories of the biathlon events behind her here. The Austrian Edlinger.
Well, they're rating the breeze as only 10, 11 kilometres per hour, but on parts of the course it's clearly much stronger than that. Maybe not down in the basin in front of the grandstand, but higher up around the course. The wind is getting up a little. So how far is Edlinger behind Kazmaier? The next checkpoint will show that for us at 7.5 Ks. Quite a bit behind it's going to be. Only 5 left in the race, and so we've got 3 very close together, which is kind of unusual or unexpected. Edlinger at the front of these, Shishkova in 56, and then Rechtenwald.
Yeah, she has this huge lead over Edlinger here. Kazmaier. It remains to be seen if Shishkova has got anything left in the tank at the end of a busy week in the individual competitions for the multi-medalist Ukrainian.
So Edlinger 56 seconds down on Kazmaier and Wang.
And she's extended that lead out. Shishkova, I don't think, has much left in the tank here. Edlinger over the Ukrainian. We'll have to wait and see if she can make a move on the last lap. But at present, it is Germany, China and Austria here in the middle distance fray. For
Lorenz Lampel having a bit to say to Edlinger, just continuing the encouragement. They're a slightly eccentric pair. There he goes around, now he's moving to the front. Just likes to mix it up, it seems.
Well, when it works, it really does work. When it doesn't, it really doesn't. The DNFs have punctuated the Edlinger campaign here at Zhangjiakou, but she's good for another medal at present. It would be a bronze.
Now Kazmaier looks to have made the move here on Wang. As they left the stadium, they went for a different part of the course to do the overtaking maneuver, and now Wang is well behind, and stretching the lead here, Kazmaier, so she's going to take control of this race. Wang was very good through the first couple of laps. Kazmaier has got the endurance, though, it would seem.
Yeah, that's Nilsson in the standing race for Norway, one of the favourites in that standing race. We'll be returning to that after the culmination of this VI. Kazmaier then, 35-34. And Wang's time, 25.9 down at 35.59, so Kazmaier has this.
Yeah, she's put 15 seconds on her in this last lap, and Wang just labouring a little to finish this off. It should be good enough for a strong second position. And then the three pursuers at the rear, there is Rechtenwald. Edlinger up ahead, and Shishkova.
Yeah, that's Rechtenwald, bib 53. And her guide, Valentin Haag. Been a more than respectable return, medals-wise, for Germany.
Still a couple of races to come on this gooey mess of a surface that it's become today. It's the same for everyone.
Shishkova outside the medals at present. First time that's happened here in Beijing 2022. It's been a great performance across the board from the Ukrainian para-Nordic athletes, as we know. None more successful than Oksana Shishkova, 3 and 2 in terms of her gold and silver haul. But it's been a tough and grueling week, and maybe it's taking its toll.
Kazmaier is remaining in control of this race. Here is the competitor in second place, Wang Yue, and now 29 seconds down. It seems we've settled the issue up front, but it's a good battle still for third. Edlinger just needs to keep Shishkova nearby. And Shishkova is just starting to get away from Edlinger. Edlinger needs to keep the difference under 30 seconds. They're the same classification. Shishkova went out 30 seconds before Edlinger, and Edlinger is struggling. This is a really crucial few moments coming for the Austrian here. And what's that, a 14, 15 second difference. This is still alive for third.
Yeah, it really is. I wondered if Shishkova was spent. Edlinger has been in control of that the race for the last spot on the podium since the word go here, really, after Kazmaier decided to make her move on Wang. I suppose you might say, in terms of Shishkova's finish, the cream is rising here. Has she left it too late? Only time will tell, as we will soon find out. But nothing coming close to Lynn Kazmaier here, who looks set to complete the medal set.
Florian Baumann, the guy, doing a good job of just keeping her off to the right of the course, avoiding the athletes from the other race. Now looking for the best surface and the best racing line as they come up behind 74 there. That's Brittany Hudak, the strong Canadian in the standing race. Wang alone in second. We've got this long, relatively flat section before they make the descent into the stadium area again. Hudak and Kazmaier in different races, but skiing along at pretty much the same pace.
And so in that standing race, the back of your shot there, Grace Miller wearing bib 61 for the United States. We're going to be focusing on Brittany Hudak and how things are panning out in that standing event for the women in pretty short order. But racing with our champion-elect in the VI for the women, Kazmaier from Wang. Edlinger versus Shishkova is the battle for the bronze medal at present. And then Rechtenwald further down the order.
Well, Kazmaier says that when she was a little girl, she liked to try everything. A very sporty kid. And she's found her niche here. And she's going to find her way to the line for a gold medal for herself and for Germany. And for her guide, Florian Baumann, he's done an outstanding job. And Kazmaier, the star of now and of the future. And this is a comfortable ski to the line for Germany to take out the middle distance vision impaired race. Remember the name, Lynn Kazmaier, as she takes out this man. Wonderful race, the vision impaired.
Fabulous at just 15, a bronze, 3 silvers, and now a gold. And listen to the reception for this outstanding young para-athlete, Lynn Kazmaier of Germany.
A beautifully judged race. Wang will come in now, second for China.
Yeah, so 41.40 for Kazmaier, 42.20, 39.5 seconds away is Wang, provisional second. And now we await the times of Edlinger and Shishkova in the race for the last spot on the podium, and it is going to be some race as well. Wang is spent, of course she is, the bronze medalist in the middle distance biathlon race.
That's right. 1, 2. Well, she's number 1, at least today. Wang is spent. That breeze picking up, eh? That makes it hard just to get the flag over the shoulders, but Florian's going to make sure it's there. Well, that's a photo op that won't be missed and won't be lost. One to keep. All right, here's Edlinger coming down. Looks like she might have found a bit more in the closing stages. Is she inside that 30 seconds margin to keep Shishkova out of third place? I think so. Greetings between first and second, but here's the race for third. And it's 57. Edlinger, who should be doing enough here.
Yeah, Huge pickup in the pace of Edlinger. Shishkova hits the line, 155 down, 43.36. And Edlinger, well, does it comfortably in the end. So she picked it up. She really did when she had to towards the end. Felt the breath of Shishkova on the back of her neck, did Edlinger.
That race for third was holding our attention, but meanwhile, Kazmaier was doing a somersault just in front of the finish line, and oh, she's still feeling the joy of the victory and will for some time, obviously. It won't be taken away from her. It's in the record books for good. This outstanding performance from Kazmaier. So Rechtenwald, and with the field reduced by 2, that is that. So we're all through there in the vision impaired. Kazmaier, Wang, Edlinger, then Shishkova and Rechtenwald. DNFs for Gorska and Chenko, unfortunately, Poland and Ukraine. And there's the confirmation. Len Kazmaier, Germany, gold in the middle distance vision impaired race. Wang Yue of China, the silver, and the bronze will go to Karina Edlinger of Austria.
.5K then into the women's standing over the middle distance race length here. Conanova, the 31-year-old Ukrainian, from Natalie Wilkie, and then Irina Bui. They've all won medals already earlier in these games, those three, and that's how things stand at present. So the Ukrainians set to bolster their medal haul further, with Conanova and Bui and Natalie Wilkie as well, who's had a tremendous games personally, is going for her a third gold, but Conanova is going great guns, silver medalist in the biathlon, a middle distance race, has this one at present, but still half the race to go.
Well, Wilkie and Conanova, nearly a chaotic moment there as they took some refreshment, but Wilkie coming up looking for a racing line to get past. Conanova making it a bit difficult for her. But Wilkie did go out before Conanova. So Conanova's got past her, so I just wonder who's passing whom there.
By the way, Vilde Nelson absolutely nowhere, one of the big favourites in this race for Norway. And Sydney Peterson, another of our young breakout stars in these games, having a decent enough race at the moment outside the medals, but they could have a finish in her. That's Nielsen a little bit further back with Hudak.
These conditions do ask some questions of your technique and stamina. Observed Nielsen starting very well some time ago now. Maybe not holding up so well as the fatigue settles in and the wind picks up at the top of the course here. A little bit disturbing.
Yeah, it's Yulia Batinkova-Bauman at 38, still not the eldest athlete in the race. That's Dekajima Momoko at 47, another testament to the tremendous longevity and consistency and the conditioning of these athletes Batinkova Bauman, a Ukrainian who hasn't been on the podium yet. Closest she's been was 4th in the biathlon sprint, but has been competing at the Paralympic Winter Games since Torino in 2006 in both the biathlon and the cross country. Wilkie on the heels of Alexandra Conanova, the Ukrainians just switching positions. Bui has moved up. She's had a good games as well. Irina Bui, it's Ukraine 1 and 2 at the moment. Nelson pushing up as well.
Wilkie tried to make this move again on Conanova, but the Ukrainian's not cooperating, and has actually been a little bit quicker through the 7.5 Ks. But this is a 10-kilometre event, so coming up for what will be the last lap for these competitors. Wilkie surges again. If she's to beat Conanova, she's got to get home 30 seconds in front of her. And Conanova has her in a sight, so that'll be a difficult assignment for the Canadian, but Wilkie's already got a gold. What's she got left? Just looks up at the screen there up to her left, and she'll get a real appreciation of what the race situation is. She's going to have to dig especially deep to get the better of Conanova, but Bui also one to consider.
Yeah, and you have to doff your cap as well to the way Natalie Wilkie recovered after a really quite disastrous start to these games in the biathlon sprint, when she had a problem with a rifle, finished way down the order in 15th place, has come back to win a pair of gold medals at these Paralympic Winter Games, and really hunting down another medal here in her second visit to the Paralympic Winters. 7.5 K, a gold medalist from 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. Vilde Nelson has scythed through the field here. Just behind her there, bib at 74, Brittany Hudak. So Nelson has really found some power for Norway.
Does look to be between Conanova and Wilkie at the moment, and Conanova might find that the finish line is close enough. .76 and 74, Nilsson and Hudak. Sydney Peterson off to the right there in 70. Young American who's had a very good games.
So how far then is Nilsson away from Conanova? Wilkie at 31.32 there, so just over 25 seconds down. So 31.05, and Nilsson yet to hit that checkpoint. Over 20 seconds, but still Conanova in control of this race for Ukraine. 31 seconds the gap. And Nilsson has moved up to a provisional podium spot. There's almost nothing in it though between her and Irina Bui.
Peterson hoping for a top 5. Sydney Peterson with a bronze and a silver medal so far in the sprint and long distance.
And Hudak, she's got a pair of bronzes already. A biathlon individual and the long-distance cross-country event. The 28-year-old from Canmore in Alberta, third Paralympic Winter Games for her. Just drifting out of your shot there as the camera picks up the runners and riders at the head of the field. Iveta Faron there, 67, but we're trying to pick out the 72. That's Natalie Wilkie, the 21-year-old, second place at present, and looking to well, further add to the Canadian haul.
Just trying to read the body language of Conanova there in 73. Is she struggling? Wilkie is just edging further and further away from her. I don't think there's enough of the race left for her to build that out to 30 seconds. Conanova, what's the time at 7.5 Ks? Remembering this is a 10-kilometre event. 65 there, Adakov, the United States. 63, Wang of China. Faron of Poland in 67. So Wilkie quicker than Bui, but it's Conanova. What's the difference now between Wilkie and Conanova? Oh, it's 20 seconds to the good, so it's only 10 seconds between them. Conanova has probably got enough left. It's a struggle, but she's not going to give up on the struggle, as the prize is a pretty big one.
Yeah, this is the fourth race of the day, the last day of the individual events in para-biathlon and para-cross-country at Beijing 2022. We've got two races still to be run in the sitting category. The men and the women yet to get out on the snow. The men's race will get underway in around about 25 minutes' time. We're set up for a really interesting finish in this women's standing event, though. Irina Bui of Ukraine, a 26-year-old silver medalist in the biathlon middle distance event. A great heritage.
Bui in 66, so that means she went out sixth after Miller, Uomoto, Wang, Dekajima and Arovic. So setting off in about the middle of the field, but looks to have a lock on a podium position, and her factored time is going to be an interesting one to beat. Wilkie digging deep. She actually drifted behind Bui's time through this 9-kilometre checkpoint with just a K to go. Conanova finding enough, it seems. The worst of the climbs now behind her. Bui is just racing home.
Absolutely, still full of power. Irina Bui here. So nothing to lose, and it's a real scramble to get over the line here and post the fastest reference time. Irina Bui for Ukraine, also with Conanova, Konashuk and Batinkova Bauman, fellow compatriots here. But Bui is digging in and pushing on and finding every last drop of energy.
Oh, she's lost her way here. She should be in the finishing straight. Yep. Yeah, she's had to be told where she's going, and well, she's corrected that just in time, and across in 41.47. That was nearly a disaster. Oh goodness, she's just lost her concentration there. A fatiguing mind. She was giving absolutely everything on that last lap.
Well, head down, it was all about the power. It was all about the scramble, wasn't it? She wasn't looking where she was going. So she's lost seconds over those last few meters. How many seconds potentially has she lost, and will it cost her?
Oh, well, we won't know that until the others come in. Wilkie and Conanova, she's got the gold in a biathlon middle distance event. What medal will it be here? And you're watching in 72 there, Natalie Wilkie and Conanova in the Ukraine uniform, and bib 73 still has got it inside the 30 seconds that she's behind Wilkie.
That's Conanova.
The interesting thing about their duel is that the Conanova caught Wilkie, having started 30 seconds behind her. Then Wilkie surged again.
This is Wilkie. Well, she just has to come round that last curve. So the stadium in the background there. She'll come round this big sweeping left-hander.
Oh!
Oh dear, she's lost it. Just giving it everything.
Goodness. Oh, that's that. Oh, she had to keep her feet. That's cost her any chance of getting in front of Conanova, unless Conanova has a similar issue. Oh, that's desperately unlucky for Wilkie, but the legs must just be burning. She's given so much on this last lap.
Just the determination to finish in the quickest time possible. It saw Bowie ski through the wrong lane on the finishing straight, and Wilkie overcooked it on the final bend. So our first two finishers have lost time, and we see Conanova hairing up as well.
So Conanova has negotiated that descent safely enough. Oh, desperately unlucky for Wilkie, but that was her mistake alone. Nobody bumped her. It was just the fatigue and the speed. But Wilkie will come in. Can she beat that one? 41-47, should be able to do that, but Conanova is right behind her now.
Yeah, and she shouldn't have been, should she? Wilkie should have been over the line by now. Well, it seems that she's going to come in ahead of Bowie's time, yeah, to the tune of 1.8 seconds. And then 41.18, Conanova into first place. Wilkie second and Bowie third. 27.3 seconds, not quite sure she lost that much time with her slip. But Conanova, you have to doff your cap. That was a strong race and a strong finish, and she was helped by errors from Wilkie and Bowie.
Well, Wilkie manages a smile. She's probably thinking, I don't know if the fall, as you say, cost me the gold medal. It would have been close, but she's into second place, and oh, what drama at the end here. Conanova, Wilkie and Bowie, Ukraine, Canada, Ukraine. Well, there's much to like about the demeanour and spirit of Natalie Wilkie.
I mustered up enough energy to yell for you, and I was like, go down, You're like, how is she doing that?
Well, it's like they're the best of buddies. That's encouraging to see. If you're sort of old school about how you like your sport.
And Lyashenko with a great finish. Just outside, off the podium. 3 medals in biathlon. But not here, it's not happened for her in the cross country. Then Dekajima comes in. We've still got Vilde Nelson to finish, by the way.
Well, you could wonder at 47 whether Dekajima has just skied her last Paralympic Winter Games event. Congratulations on that career, if that were to be the case. Nelson just outside the medals, 51.4 seconds behind Conanova.
World champion not able to do it, and yeah, splayed out just past the finish line. The racers coming over to finish just have to ski out of the way, but Conanova has done it in 41.18.0. The silver medalist in the middle distance biathlon race has won here the middle distance cross country.
Now, in some ways, it's surprising more athletes haven't had a tumble. It's difficult out there. Conanova and Wilkie. This was the duel. Nelson not really able to respond to the generous gesture from Conanova. She will shortly when she gets a bit more air in the lungs. It really is windy now. Just had a slight announced delay to the start of the next two events, the sitting category for the men and the women. Won't be far away though. Buttenkova Baumann coming down to the line now. Best part of 5 minutes behind Conanova.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but they were just gone. Okay, well, now we're done. Relay time. Yeah. Oh, no, well, not anymore.
Yep, now we're done. Well, there are relays to come. But in terms of individual events, for these competitors, that's it.
Well, it's another gold for Ukraine. Their first gold medal on this last day of the individual events. And Conanova has her 5th Winter Paralympic Games gold personally. First here in Beijing and her first in cross country since Vancouver. Kazmaier, Wang and Edlinger compose the podium in the women's VI.
It's good to see Wang has fully recovered. She really was somewhat distressed at the end of the VI race, middle distance for the women, and she'll come out and accept the plaudits for a second place behind Kazmaier in front of Edlinger. Oh, Edlinger, this is troubling to watch. We know she's had some health issues through these games, and the bronze medalist needing some considerable assistance to make it out. Hope she's able to take a spot here. Certainly she wants to.
Yeah, she is having to be literally propped up to enjoy this recognition ceremony. Just getting through it, really. Bronze medalist.
Well, you know, after one of those DNFs, she said she was lying on the floor of the wax cabin, and it was one of the worst moments of her sporting life. So the difficulty she's having is unrelated, obviously, to her vision impairment. It's a physical from some kind of neck injury. It's causing mobility problems further down. But Wang, somehow Edling is managing to smile with all the pain that she's experiencing.
Well, you said it earlier, didn't you? Remember the name, Lynn Kazmaier, a breakout star of these Paralympic Winter Games. A bronze, 3 silvers and a gold medal at 15. It is frightening to think about what she might go on and achieve. And what an athlete, and what a career stretches out ahead of Lynn Kazmaier of Germany.
Effort it takes. They give absolutely everything. Edlinger's condition at the moment tells you that. She's going to get the ride on the back of her guide, and Lawrence Lampel doesn't mind at all. Edlinger, congratulations. I don't know what further to say about that. Let's remind you of the placings for the standing event. Conanova, Wilkie and Ukraine, Canada, Ukraine. Tremendous and exciting and dramatic finish.
So we're going to see the recognition ceremony now for the first three finishers in the women's middle distance free standing. And after a barren day thus far for the top medal nation, Ukraine, all of a sudden 2 medals come along at once. Ukraine with 3 of the top 4 here. Alyoshenko just off the podium, but Bui there with the bronze medal, and Conanova, our champion, Bui, who won the middle distance biathlon event, got that a 3rd place, 9 seconds ahead of Alyoshenko, her teammate. Bronze for Bui.
You can tell we're getting near the end of the games. The mood is lifting. There's just relief, enjoyment. Wilkie, if she thought for even a second or two that she'd lost the gold medal with that fall, those regrets are immediately gone. And Conanova was too good probably anyway. But I don't think that the amount of time that Wilkie lost was enough to make a difference to the outcome. Conanova overcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalists.
女士们、先生们，请向北京2022年冬奥会获奖运动员表示热烈的祝贺。
Well, again, one can only imagine what's going through the mind of the athletes. A long way from home. And Wilkie there on the podium in each of the cross-country races. Takes Ukraine up to 27 medals in the Nordic disciplines, the parabiathlon and the cross-country.
Oh, better pick that one up. The Ukrainian athletes have said that they especially appreciate all the support that the other competitors have been giving them here. It's meant a lot to them. Especially, you know, the athletes from North America and Europe, from Japan, have all embraced the Ukrainians. A rare thing at Zhangjiakou, things be running just a little bit behind schedule, but that's the case, but not far away now. Start with the men's middle distance. Cameron of Canada, always a strong competitor, and a good crowd in now. And Steve Arnold it was who had the late withdrawals from the sprint and the individual event. Be hoping to line up in this one.
Yeah, Colin Cameron, 2 bronzes thus far in the sprint and the long distance event. Mr. Muscles will be working it again. He wants another medal. Of course he does. He'll go 4th from last here. It's going to be a very interesting scene up at the head of this race. Italy's Giuseppe Romale. Taras Rad as well will be a big threat for Ukraine. So first to go here, the first of our 34 racers in the middle distance sitting category. Amongst the men, it's Joseph Zimmer, the 35-year-old from Bjelovar in Croatia. Finished 36th in the sprint event. That's kind of his level. 35th in Pyeongchang, second Paralympic Winter Games.
Here's Tamuri Dadiani, the 30-year-old from Tbilisi in Georgia. And a 35th in the sprint. Has represented Georgia in wheelchair fencing at the 2015 World Championships. And hand cycling. He's had a go at a few sports.
Jung Jae-suk of Korea Republic warmed up for these Paralympic Winter Games with a couple of races at the Lillehammer World Champs. Best finish was 20th in the 10K event. National champion back home in the Korea Republic.
Yuri Berezin, 38 years of age now, from Kustanai. Inspired to take up paranordic skiing by Alexander Kolyadin's victory in the sprint in Pyeongchang.
Giuseppe Romale, the big hope for the Italians in this race, but Michele Bilione goes as well, the 29-year-old from Centallo. It's his first taste of the Paralympic Winter Games, only been on the World Cup circuit for just under a year actually, but Giulio Frizz, the Italian national coach, has big things expected of him.
Nicolas Lima, not from Peru but Argentina, from Ushuaia, and to the World Championships in Lillehammer in the equivalent event. He finished 22nd, was 15th in the sitting 18K, 25th in the sprint.
Well, Josh Sweeney is transferred to cross country from para ice hockey, where he was part of the gold squad for the United States in Sochi 8 years ago. How about that for a Paralympic Winter Games pedigree? Goes here for the United States, the 34-year-old from Boise in Idaho.
Here's the 47-year-old Kazakhstani Sergei Usultsev. He's been busy in biathlon and cross-country. His best result so far, 14th in the middle distance biathlon, 15th in the sprint. The sit skiers are going to find these conditions pretty tough on the uphill sections.
When the Paralympic torch passed through Tokyo en route to Beijing here, Mori Hiroaki was a torch bearer. The 25-year-old hails from the Japanese capital. He was at 31st in the sprint event. Mori goes next for Japan.
Next of the Kazakhstan athletes, Denis Potranco, 32 years of age, out of Shushinsk, out of 25th in the long distance event, and also competed in Pyeongchang. The team was 6th in the relay, that was his best result there, and 12th in the long distance also.
Best finish for Ethan Hess at either the previous Paralympic Winter Games or World Champs was 8th as part of the Canadian squad in the open 4x2.5 relay in the Prince George World Championships in British Columbia 3 years ago. He's at 22, Ethan. He's finished 26th and 18th in the sprint and the long distance events already here in Beijing.
I reckon he might be rocking the best hair in this field, though. Du Tian of China next to go, the 27-year-old from Dazhou. Just out of the medals in the long distance event, finishing 4th, and the locals give him a big cheer as he leaves the stadium area. Dadiani of Georgia out on the course. So these athletes required to do 4 laps of 2.4 kilometres. Maximum climb of 13 metres. It's this section of the course where you can really hear the wind making its way through the hills of Zhangjiakou. Berezin of Kazakhstan just coming up beside the Georgian.
Bilione with a decent time thus far, but our higher ranked athletes, technically our quicker athletes, will start later in this staggered race. It's the middle distance event for men in the sitting category here, and we're very close now to the end of the individual races at these 2022.
Take 17 minutes to get the whole field away. It's such a big entry list. And we have the women's event close on the heels. There's 16 in that.
Plenty of overlap races. It gets pretty busy out there. We have the relay races to come on the final day of competition here at Beijing 2022. And good to see Lima pushing on there.
It's a powerful figure of Josh Sweeney. Go back to the start.
Now then, Zhang Peng, can he do the triple? Champion in the sprint, champion in the long distance. We've mentioned on multiple occasions the birth of new stars here at Beijing 2022. Zhang Peng undoubtedly one of those. Competed in 4 events in Pyeongchang off the podium just in the long distance, but he's got it right here as we race with the man with 88 in his bib. That's Sergei Asaltsev, competing for Kazakhstan.
Might have got an offer from one or two of the Chinese competitors to swap bibs. That's a very lucky number in these parts. The 88. Mori 4.3 seconds outside Lima's factored time through the first checkpoint. And 98 is Callum Du Bois. And Callum, 25 years of age, 22nd he was in the sprint. He was involved in the World Championships in 2019 in British Columbia. At a 13th in the long distance. That was his best result.
The Brazilians with 4 athletes in this race. They are determined to leave a footprint on para cross-country skiing and really forge a path for the South American nations. We know that training in cross-country is grueling. The Brazilians train under entirely different conditions. Sort of temperatures of 40 degrees back home in San Carlos. Rocha is out after Wesley Dos Santos and Robelson Lula, with Christian Ribera to start later. Du, 36 seconds inside Lima.
Yeah, he's just carved half a minute off the previous best time through there. That's a significantly good start for Du.
So the early part of this race, not everyone is away yet. So these provisional times will give us a reference point for the early starters. As Rocha got away, Alexander Alexic, Steve Arnold as well.
Hess just slotting in there behind Du. So that's a quick track you seem to be in. I'm moving over there too, but in fairness, they want to be on the inside line for that left-hander. Now here's Liu Mingtao. And another of the strong Chinese contingent.
He's had a great game, hasn't he? 2 golds already and a bronze. Excelled in the biathlon. What can he do in cross-country here? The rifle not required. Liu, who won the biathlon middle distance, he won the biathlon individual event from Handan. First of back-to-back the Chinese racers to leave the start gate.
And followed by Mao Zhongwu. And he's had a couple of silver medals in the cross-country, in the sprint and the long-distance event. So they've got genuine chances here, the host nation. Well, Zheng taking another 22 seconds off what looked a quick time from Du.
4th Kazakhstani in this race, Yubil Kamitov from Petropavl. He's 24. Yubil, best finish in 4 races so far here at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre. 7th in the long distance cross-country event. Also competed in biathlon.
Scott Mina next to go. Born in Glasgow, and he's had a few top 10s, 9th in the sprint and middle distance biathlon, 6th in the individual event in that biathlon, and 12th in the long distance cross country. So good, solid games for him.
For Canada, Derrick Zappatinsky, closest he's come to a podium in either Paralympic Winter Games or World Champs, was 4th in the sprint. They run over 7.5 kilometres. That was in biathlon at Prince Edward Island in 2019. Competed in biathlon and cross country in Pyeongchang. Best finish there was 9th in the long distance cross-country race.
The experienced Maxim Yelovyi of Ukraine from Mykolaiv. He's had a busy program, although he didn't manage to finish the middle distance event in the biathlon. He's had a best of 11th in the sprint biathlon. In the cross-country, a 20th in the sprint, 15th in the long distance.
Third Paralympic Winter Games appearance for Aaron Pike. Previously been a silver and bronze medalist in world champs in biathlon. Best finish in 4 races so far here. 8th in the biathlon sprint.
Back out on the course, 1:02 is Liu Mingtao. And Steve Arnold, Great Britain, behind him. Arnold 57 seconds down on the leader through there. As we go back to Vasil Kravchuk of Ukraine.
Kravchuk next to get away. 25. Tremendously successful games for Ukraine. Multiple medalists are all over the place. Not Kravchuk, actually. He's raced 5 times thus far, so close to the podium in the biathlon middle distance where he was 4th. Now then, someone who has been on the podium.
Yeah, Colin Cameron, a couple of bronze medals for him in cross-country in the long distance, and a 4th just out of the medals in the individual event in the biathlon. And he's got all the 1s on the bib. He'd be all right if he finished number 1, but goodness, the start of the race indicates another strong showing from China.
2-time gold medalist at the recent World Champs in Lillehammer. That's Pavel Gill. This is his first visit to the Paralympic Winter Games. Best, he's finished 6th in the biathlon middle distance event. Gets away here, and just 2 more racers to hit the track. Brazil and Italy go with Christian Ribera and Giuseppe Romale. First, though, it's Ribera.
Westermeyer Ribera, the crazy pig, as he likes to be known. He's embraced that nickname. He's had a 9th in the sprint, 14th in the long distance event. What about today? 1:05. There's Scott Mina.
Yeah, nice to race with Mina for a bit. Great Britain with their biggest Paralympic delegation since Lillehammer in '94, by the way. But Giuseppe Romale, last to go here. Hasn't quite happened for Romale thus far in Beijing at these Paralympic Winters. He finished 7th and 5th in the sprint and the long distance event. Got a silver medal in Lillehammer at the World Champs, but away and racing, and it means that everyone is out there on the course. This is the men's middle distance event for sitting athletes, the penultimate individual race here at Beijing 2022 in the Para-Nordic events. We've got the women sitting still to come, but they're all out there and they're all passing the checkpoints, and now we can properly get racing.
Yes, the 34 entered have all managed to make it to the start line, and just a couple of minutes away from the women's event joining them on a breezy but now sunny day in Zhangjiakou. And Chen outside that time of Mao by 38.9 seconds. Mistletoe coming through. Pike at 102.8 behind. So Chinese competitors have started at a good clip.
.88 there. It's Saltsev. You know that he's a fast starter, but at 47, does he quite have that staying power? Mao Zhongwu, by the way, same podium in the sprint and long distance events. Mao, a pair of silvers behind Zheng Peng. It's been a happy hunting ground, really, in the cross country for the Chinese men at these Paralympic Winter Games. We've mentioned it on plenty of occasions. A breakthrough competition for the Chinese here in the Nordic sports.
Women's middle distance event, hot on the heels of the men's. Slightly smaller field of 16, but there's some quality in here. China again with a good representation. Yang Hongqing, Zhai and Shan, Li and Ma. But take your eyes to the bottom of the screen there. Kendall Gretchen, Oksana Masters, who've been racking up the medals between them in both cross-country and biathlon. So they'll be looking to challenge the host nation today. 1-2-5 there. Bilodeau of Canada, starting in the middle of the field. They'll be led off by Erin Martin of the United States. In just a moment or two.
Yep, the last race to start in the individual competitions in the para biathlon and the para cross country here at Beijing 2022. 35-year-old Erin Martin for the United States of America. She was 16th in the sprint event. Goes first for the USA. Of course, at the back end of the order, going last, it'll be Gretsch and Masters. There is really good, honest representation for the USA in the sitting event for women here.
27-year-old Hope Gordon. He's tried to hand it a few sports. Was nearly selected for the Scottish Commonwealth Games team for the Gold Coast 2018. Missed that. He's now been classified into Nordic skiing. Coming out of Nottingham these days.
Monica Kukla. The middle order athlete, if her results this past week are anything to go by. She has a finish of 13th, 11th to 10th. Those in the biathlon events, the middle distance and the individual. This is her first taste of the Paralympic Winter Games. Best at the recent World Champs was 12th in the long distance.
Well, watch out. One of the real surprise packets of these games is Yang Hongqing, gold medalist in the sprint, gold medalist in the long distance event. Can she triple it? 3 out of 3. It's possible. And on form, you'd say almost likely. Come to the sport quite late at 32.
Mao Zheng, Colin Cameron. Well, there's a surprise. The podium finishers from the sprint and long distance events. 1, 2 and 3 also in the middle distance for sitting athletes. That's the men's race. It's happening simultaneously as we get each of our starters out in the women's sitting contest. Lera Derdeline and then 4 more Chinese athletes to leave the start gate. But Mao Zhongwu is going great guns.
Each of the laps 2.4 kilometres, so the total race distance is a touch under the 10Ks.
And Mao from Zheng at present. Colin Cameron has moved up. So what a way to go out here. A week in which they've really announced themselves as the contenders and champions in the world of the Paranordic sports here. Of course, cheered on down the home straight by their home crowd. All the conditioning and all the training has paid off with an absolute glut of medals for the Chinese team, and Zheng Peng has been a major part of that with a pair of golds thus far.
Yes, when the snow disappears from Zhangjiakou, they can always go up to that new facility we mentioned earlier at Jilin. That incredible 1.3 kilometre indoor year-round training facility for the cross-country skiers, both Olympic and Paralympic. It's really in these Paralympic Winter Games that China has announced themselves. Coming through the 5K in this event, which is half race distance. And Zheng will be inside the time of due by some margin.
Yeah, another race with factored times here. A clock running at different speeds for each athlete depending on their individual impairments within the umbrella category of sitting, of course. 1:14. A lot is expected of the Italian Romele at 30. Had a very good world champs. It's one where sort of unexpected athletes have come through, but not the ones people expected to be the unexpected ones, if you will. Ribera was, some people who know a lot about these things, a hot outside tip. Romele likewise, but it has been the Chinese, hasn't it, with Zheng and Mao that have come through to dominate the podium in the cross-country events thus far. And if you look at biathlon as well, Liu Zishu, Liu Mingtao have gobbled up the golds also.
Going to have a lot of traffic in these tracks for the next little while as the women's field in the distance event of 16 joins the 34 in the men's event, giving us 50 altogether. Safe racing is what we're looking for.
Pavel Gill just skimming his way around the outside there, but concentrating understandably on Zheng Peng, our race leader in his second Paralympic Winter Games. 1:12. That's Gill. Those distinctive Ukrainian colours, the yellow sleeves, and we've seen a lot of those colours this past week up in the mountains at Zhangjiakou.
Well, so soft is the snow that these machine-created parallel tracks are starting to disappear in certain sections of the course. But with just the relays to come, the facility is going to hold up okay, but the recent warm temperatures certainly haven't helped. Zheng, now Mao coming through the 5Ks. Zheng's 14:36.9, the guide time. Still getting a couple of the women competitors away. Off to the right there at the start gate. Half race distance. 10Ks for the men. 7.5Ks for the women in the sitting category. Mao challenged Zheng's half race distance time of 14:36.9. Yes, he can by 13-7.
Zheng and Mao just battling it out again for China.
It's Oksana Masters, by the way, as the final starter in the women's event, joining the men on the track. And so we've got everybody out there in this sitting category, 2 races.
So 2:20, that huge lead for Zheng. Well, he has that endurance, very impressive in the first 2 cross-country races earlier this week. Out quickly, hitting the front and maintaining the power and the consistency. It was a really terrific finish as well from Zheng in that sprint event to get past Mao. And Colin Cameron, interesting comments from the Canadian, just said he couldn't quite get at the Chinese, who have conditioned themselves perfectly for this event. Almost spared no expense really in getting their athletes fine-tuned for these Winter Paralympic Games. There is Colin Cameron riding the 4th place at present.
Yeah, there's no dollars spared in preparing the infrastructure for a big future for winter sport, not just for athletes, but for anyone who wants to get involved. 1, 2, 2 there is Hope Gordon, GB.
Yeah, Hope Gordon also on the British Canoe High Performance Programme. The Paralympic GB's first ever female Nordic athlete, by the way. Strong squad from Team GB in the Nordic events here. But a 1:11. Cameron, a 33.
He was just being given his time relative to Romele by one of the coaches on the side of the course. There's the deterioration of the tracks happening. It's had a lot of traffic today. These are the biggest fields of the Nordic skiing events. So we have to expect that this will happen, and particularly when athletes do need to do that, change lanes to make the overtaking move. Fans in the stands in good voice. Big Chinese chances in both events.
And Aaron Pike just decides to shift out of the way. The athlete coming past him is Du Tian there. Again, just moves up because he was an earlier starter, Du Tian, so coming past the 7.2 checkpoint. A good way before the other athletes, the later starters, who will certainly make up the time. Zhang Pang at 17:44.6. Now moves up temporarily.
Good race between those two. It's the sound of the wind there once more for us. Just reminding you they're going to capture all of this artificial snow at the end of the games if they possibly can. It's a water-deprived area, and so any water is welcome, and there's a fair bit of it still left for the competition venues, and any way that they can use it, they'll be doing so as part of trying to produce a green games. 112 is Pablo Bal. Kendall Gretsch off to the right there, just early in the women's race.
Yeah, it's going to get very, very busy out there. The 2 races happening simultaneously. The last 2 races in the individual events in both the parabiathlon and the cross country at these 13th Paralympic Winter Games.
12 or 15 athletes all in view as they come through the start-finish area. Local eyes on Zhang Peng in 96. 125 there is the Canadian competitor Lynn Marie Bilodeau. What do you call those little bobs of hair out the top? You're a fashion follower, aren't you, Andy? The Bilodeau bobs on top of the head. They've probably got a name, but I don't know enough about women's hairstyles to find the name. But we know it's her because that's what she likes to wear when she competes. There on the left of your screen now. In amongst the men as they all make their way around.
Yeah, these races starting to flatten out now. Mao Zhongwu still going great guns for Team China. And plenty of encouragement you can hear from the coaches around about the race course here. And they can see that the rising temperature again. The deeper we get into this last day of the individual competitions, just an interesting factor for the competitors. Very overcast and misty at the start of the day. Generally speaking, though, the temperature has been lifting throughout this week, and you see the brown earth and the grass around about the racetrack here.
Yeah, not much of it left. Temperature up to 6 degrees. The wind has picked up to over 20 kilometres an hour. 85 is Biglioni. And coming up a little too quickly behind him to do it safely, Pavlo Bal. That's the tracks in the snow, sometimes steering the sit skis not where the athletes intended. Unmistakable figure of Colin Cameron.
144 down at present is the Canadian Cameron.
It is a day for short sleeves. As Mao looks to challenge the 22:13 at the 7.5 kilometre checkpoint. So they're fairly deep into the race now. It's 10 Ks for the men in the sitting category. Skarsten there in 1:33 in the women's event.
Mao and Zhang still. Nothing to suggest that that duo will be disrupted by Colin Cameron or anyone else at present. The 1-2 from the equivalent distance races in the cross-country events. So 1:33 in the women's race. That's Skarsten, the summer Paralympic champion rower.
Yeah, the unmistakable sit ski were proudly boasting the Norwegian colours. She makes the climb out of the stadium area again. The women making 3 circuits of a 2.4 kilometre track. It's the same track, obviously, as the men, but has 1 less circuit.
So 5K timings then, half race distance. China leading the way, Colin Cameron up there too. The Brits down the order, failing to make an impact really. Scott Mina and Callum Du Bois.
Little tricky trying to convey to you the exact race situation when some athletes, as we have in the men's, they've gone through 8.5K. Zhang and and Du, but you have to pick a point where they've all come through and say how it was going there, but things can change quite quickly. Yeah, the skiers looking for a clear way around slower opponents, or rivals, shall we say. Cameron almost a couple of minutes down on Mao. And the Chinese competitors making this race their own.
Cameron in hot pursuit there. Shin just up ahead of him, and Cameron just scoots around the outside. No worries. Davier dropped as well, the Georgian skier. And the sprint, he was just behind actually the Chinese duo, the Cameron. He just run out of road, and Mao was 2.5 down on Zheng at the end of that race.
Such a big field, quite a challenge for the team support crew around the course to keep on top of everybody. They've got team members also in the start-finish area to monitor what's happening on the big screen, as well as gather whatever information they can off the scoring monitors. But this is the biggest field we've had so far in either cross-country or biathlon in the men's sitting event.
Zheng, by the end of the long distance race, he was 17 seconds ahead of Mao, and just the best part of 5 minutes better off than Colin Cameron. So it gives you an idea over the longer distances, just the extent of the endurance abilities of these Chinese athletes.
Well, Zheng Peng, one of those Chinese competitors who does have a history of previous Paralympic Winter Games, a 4th in the long distance event in Pyeongchang and 10th in the sprint. But some of them are just real recent additions to the Chinese program. Once the games were announced as happening in Beijing, both Olympic and Paralympic, then my goodness, some facilities were thrown at it, and resources and coaching. Think, for example, in the Chinese biathlon program for the Olympics, they went straight to the top. They said, Ola Einar Bjørndalen, we want him. And the great Norwegian was a contributor to the Chinese biathlon program. Not the kind of success that they're having in the Nordic program here in the Paralympics, but you get the idea. Whatever needed to be done, whatever needed to be spent, wherever they needed to go, that's what they did. And Du is coming down to the line to give us a time to work with.
Our first finisher then in the men's middle distance race. It's Du Tian, 33:19.9. So indeed, our first reference point. And we're going to get a clubhouse leader, a genuine clubhouse leader, if you will, in almost no time at all. That was Romele pushing hard for the Italians, the 30-year-old. Just finding a bit of extra power there, 1:10. Vasil Kravchuk of the Ukraine. This is Romele. You can almost feel the hurt, really, the grimace on the faces of these athletes as they strain every single sinew.
Zheng Peng will be down soon. Asaltsev is through well outside at 5:30. And the locals are getting pretty excited about the chances for China. Zheng Peng went through at 9.7 kilometers not too long ago, and Zheng is there. What a time.
Yeah, 30:08. That is our genuine reference time from here on in for Zheng Peng, clubhouse leader. He's done his bit. He'll just try and lower that pulse rate. Think about what he's done, because it could well be another gold medal for Zheng Peng. Mao Zhongwu will chase him down every step of the way. Look at that, 47.3 inside, in fairness. So it's looking like a switch around in the podium positions that we've become accustomed to in the cross-country races. Ethan Hess finishes in 38.16. That's 8 minutes down. Nicholas Lima of Argentina, he's 9 minutes adrift. It's Mao, isn't it, for China?
Mao and Liu Mingtao due to finish pretty soon. To the right there, that's Hope Gordon again going through, but focusing on Mao Zhongwu.
Turning the tables on his great rival, Zheng Peng, when it's come here to the middle distance event. Yeah. He's run a great race, just a bit extra now to get to the line and make sure. Plever of Poland comes in 6 minutes away. Aleksik of Ukraine, 4 minutes 44 down. But here comes Mao Zhongwu. Great power. Oh, he's going to be so much quicker as well than Zheng Peng. It's going to be more medals for China. Not going to be a third gold for Zheng. Mao is well inside the time.
Oh, well inside.
Almost a minute inside the time. That is a blistering run from Mao Zhongwu.
It's Mao, Zheng, and Du, then Liu. It's China 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Well, those lucky enough to come here have been well entertained. Lula of Brazil finishes 9 minutes off the winning pace.
Robelson Lula, the 4 Brazilians in the race here. Mao will drape himself in the Chinese flag on another spectacular day for the host nation. It's going to be cross-country medals, 4 and 5 on the final day of individual competition. Just taking their cross-country tally up to 15, and another gold medal for China.
Kamatov coming down towards a top 5 finish provisionally.
So 99 comes over. Guillaume Rocha of 37.23. So where's Cameron? Well, they're not hanging about, are they? They're enjoying the moment, because there aren't going to be too many more here on home snow in the Beijing Paralympic Winter Games.
Yang Hongqiang leading the women's middle distance sitting event through the 3.5K, ahead of Oksana Masters, China 3 and 4. And there's a field of 16. Hope Gordon at the tail end of the field at the moment, and they're deep into the race as well. So let's catch up with the action with the women. And Yang Hongqiang is leading it. $7.5K race. That's through 5Ks. See if Masters can make a challenge on the Chinese dominance of this race also.
Well, yeah, just as Sheng was going for the triple in the men's, it's Yang going for the triple in the women's events. Yang Masters, Li Pan Pan. That's been the 1, 2, 3 in both the sprint and the long distance amongst the women.
Masters sitting in second spot, about 6 seconds down at a recent checkpoint. We'll go back and see Colin Cameron finishing in third position.
He's got it again, Cameron. He's pushed Du down. And yeah, a finish for Mina. Down in 9th place at present. Well, extraordinary consistency amongst the top performing para cross-country skiers in the sitting category. Cameron, he just can't get out the Chinese, but on the podium again for the third race. Zhang comes in.
Yeah, they weren't expecting that, I don't think. They were a bit premature, perhaps celebrating the 1, 2, 3 as Cameron pushes Du off the dais into third, but behind Mao and Zhang. Still a fantastic result for the hosts.
So 31.47 is the target for Romiley. Women's race, and it's going to be Team China again by the looks of things. Yang, Shan, Oksana Masters, Li Pan Pan, Ma Jing. China 4 of the top 5. Kendall Gretsch needs a big finish if she's to be involved in the conversation in the latter stages of this race.
So Yang will be the first to come down and give us a look at a leading time in the women's event. She left the gate 4th behind Martin of the USA, Hope Gordon and Monica Kukla of Great Britain and Poland, and pushing for all she's worth down to the line, to the encouragement of the big crowd in. They've managed to fill the stand just about at Zhangjiakou. And the Jai-O chant escorts her to the line, and Yang's time will be 24.47.5. Will it be good enough?
Wow, it's another very good time, isn't it? She won the long distance by over 30 seconds from Oksana Masters. Did Yang Hongsheng. Romiley, is he going to do it? He's managed it, 31.42. He's pushed Cameron off the podium. What a finish, 5 seconds in it.
And
Cameron, magnanimous as ever.
Yeah, he's there to greet him and congratulate him. We heard out on the course that Cameron's coach, the one he was mindful of was Romiley. So this is Romiley's position. Masters 32 seconds behind Yang. Out on the course, that's a long way back.
Well, that's the margin between 1 and 2. Yang down to Masters in the final shake-up in the long distance event. And Shan, well, she was silver in the sprint and provisional silver at the moment. So China having a fabulous day again.
Masters negotiating this tricky surface for just a little longer at the 6K. This is a 7.5K distance for the women's sitting event. So she's getting towards the back end of it now. Looks to be too far behind Yang. Shan was 3 minutes outside Yang's finishing time, and Li Pan Pan coming through. 1:32 is Christina Picton of Canada.
Yeah, so Li just at the front of the shot there as we return to the men's race and the final finishes. But we have 1, 2, 3. That's the Masters coming in. What can she manage? Or rather, it's so Shan at 27.40.
Masters trying to make an impression on Yang's time. Kukla in first, though, at 7:02 down. And Masters 37 seconds outside, but into second position.
Yeah, it's a big margin over Shan, but Li Pan has yet to finish.
I want to race with the honors people.
And getting embraced there from Aaron Pike, a partner. Li Pan coming down, and 132 is Picton just in front now.
Yep. Final pushes for Picton. So 28 is going to be good enough for a fourth place for Picton. Yang still has the time. Masters second. Shan in third, but Li Pan still to finish. And Li, 143 down, pushes Shan off the podium. Li at 26.31. It's China 1 and China 3, with Masters in the middle of them.
And Ma into third place, 135.4 behind Young. So at the moment, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7, the Chinese team. Alexander Masters 37.2 seconds behind Young's time. We've got about half the field through in the women's middle distance sitting, our final individual event.
Well, it might not be Li this time round, but it's Ma Jing getting on the podium in this women's sitting race over the middle distance. And Kendall Gretsch, hasn't happened for her again in the cross country. Final finishes over the line here.
Gretsch not finding this race so much to her liking. In sixth spot at the moment. Vilde of Canada coming down. And 9.5 minutes behind Young's really impressive time. No one able to get within 40 seconds of her. Oh, the Chinese men and women gathering for the team shot. Skarstein for Norway in almost 350 behind Young. Skarstein at 33. And the veterans in the field of the women's sitting event. Well, towards the end of the schedule, it's always an opportunity for photos, particularly when you know your racing is done. No more opportunities on the snow for some of these competitors, even though there are relays still to come. There won't be room for all of them. So get the photos while you can. Still 5 to come in for the women's event. Derdeline, I beg your pardon, across now.
Well, at just 18, she'll race again at the Paralympic Winters, I'm quite sure. Lyra Derdeline. Gordon, Aline Roche, Indira Lisset and Erin Martin still to finish. And Hope Gordon there for Great Britain. 13th in 38.01.
I don't think she enjoyed it that much. I mean, the snow is so difficult, so slow. It's a long enough distance and steep enough climbs as it is without adding a surface that is really suffering through the conditions of recent days. Anyway, as we said before, it's the same for everybody. It might be a bit tough. It's not completely unfamiliar either. Particularly late winter skiing will give you conditions like this. And the course is going to last just long enough to see it through for 2022. A few competitors still to come in, and then we'll have a couple of recognition ceremonies. And that'll complete another really busy day at Zhangjiakou. 6 medal events. Dos Santos Rocha coming through for Brazil in the men's event. Looks like Erin Martin following him down there. Well, actually,
and we'll be seeing Indira Lisset as well at some stage.
Santos Rocha, she will be finishing maybe in the top 10.
Yeah, the culmination of the individual events.
'81 there is Josip Zimmer.
Last finisher in the men's middle distance. So 52.22 is the time to beat to avoid finishing last here. And that's what he does as well. Joseph Zimmer finishing 33rd, so they're all home. The 34 starters in the men's middle distance event. And women's race completed.
Dos Santos Rocha there in 5:20 behind Young.
She does make the top 10. Yep, that's more than respectable from Aline Dos Santos Rocha. And Erin Martin and Indira Lisset to bring the women home. 16 in the women's race. 4 of the top 5 from the host nation, China.
And the nurse from Seattle, Washington gets across the line. And Lisette from Norway also makes it through. Join that happy little group there with the Americans. Skarstein was having a chat with them as well. Yang Honchang, too good. 24.47.5. Oksana Masters, a silver medal for the American. Ma Jing, another bronze for China. And they were 4 of the top 5. Kendall Gretsch into 6th. Just saw Aline Dos Santos Rocha finish. An excellent race for her. Into the top 10. Just.
And confirmation then of how the men's middle distance race finished. Mao and Zheng switching their positions from the sprint and the long distance. And Italy getting on the podium as well, with Romale landing the bronze. Concluding the individual events then in the Para-Nordic sports at Beijing 2022. It's been such a busy week of racing, and what a productive week it's been for the host nation, the Chinese. 3 more gold medals on this final day. 6 all told, with a couple of silvers and 2 bronzes. And we shall see the recognition ceremony of the men's middle distance. Yes, Mao Zhongwu a little too good. Best part of a minute ahead of his teammate Zhang Peng. And Giuseppe Romale in 3rd for Italy. And Italy's first medal coming up in the Para-Nordic. Mao's got to be pretty happy about this after a couple of silver medals in the sprint and long distance event. Middle distance, dominant was the 35-year-old. Of course, he was finishing second behind the man he's beaten today, Zhang Peng, gold in the sprint and long distance. And Romale picks up, as we mentioned, Italy's first in either biathlon or cross country at these games. Oh, he's back. Disappeared out of frame there for a second for you. Sorry about that, Romale. Giuseppe has found his spot, and he's pretty happy with his position. World champ silver, Paralympic winters bronze for Giuseppe Romale. Well, Zhang Peng, he won the sprint, he won the long distance. Now he has the silver, and he says to the silver medalist in the sprint and long distance, Mao, well, you shall have this one.
Yeah,
Mao Zhongwu.
it's a good spread of medals, isn't it, for these two men? And Romelu making a nice addition to the scene in the recognition ceremony. All happy in the stands. 1 and 2 China, 3 Italy. What a day it's turned out to be. That just about matches Romelu's outfit, doesn't it? That sky.
And Italy just in the nick of time. Just at the end of the racing. Have a podium.
Well, at 30, Romelu would be tempted, wouldn't he, to hang on for Milano Cortina. It is interesting being in so close to the snow. You can hear its texture, that's how soft it is. That's right, these men managed it just fine. It is what it is. Shui Rong Rong. Little red lantern mascot of these Paralympic Winter Games of 2022. Pretty popular. Women's recognition announcement, as you might have heard, just about with us. And then we'll be done for the day. Zhang Zhiko. So the Masters there, 6 events, 6 medals, 2 gold, 4 silver. Impressive.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalists for the women's middle distance sitting Adakov skiing.
女士们、先生们，请欢迎劳动力滑雪女子中距离战术项目的北京2022年冬残奥会获奖运动员祝好。
So out they come. And for young Hong Chong, a 3rd gold medal, won the sprint, won the long distance, middle distance also.
And in Beijing, we have a 15th individual medalist in the Paranordic events for China. She pushed Li Pan down into 4th place. Li, who'd won the previous 2 bronzes in the sprint and long distance, but this time it's Ma Jing at 34 who celebrates 3rd place in the women's middle distance for the sitting athletes. Masters, yeah, at 4th silver. But 3 out of 3, that's Yang Hongsheng.
Took up the sport less than 4 years ago. And is the same age as Masters at 32. So coming to it late. But not too late. So the last of the individual events at Zhangjiakou. Young gets the last of the tape off, the last of the photos, and we're about to say goodbye to you from Zhangjiakou after a really busy day for the middle distance events. We hope you've enjoyed them. Well, certainly an eventful day at Zhangjiakou. We got the expected but nevertheless memorable victory from Brian McKeever to make it number 16. We've got Lynn Kazmaier coming through for Germany, a real star of the future. Lots of performances to reflect on and to think about in years to come. But right now, for the moment from Zhangjiakou, we're just about done.
Yeah, some outstanding individual performances then to wrap up the racing. But 24 hours time, we'll be back for a couple of last hurrahs with the relays, one last chance for glory. But that's all from the individual racing at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre. Thanks so much for your company, and hope you can see this event out with us with those relays. For now, though, it's bye-bye.